Hey everyone, welcome aboard to the live show. And here we go. Let me check if everything's all right. Been participating in the CQ Worldwide DX contest SSB. Been been having fun with that. And here are the stats. Things are going well. Hope everybody is fine as we are doing another live show on this Saturday. So I've actually put the Kenwood R5000 since I moved the Yesu in the kitchen so as not to bother the people on the other side here, especially if I do some contesting late at night. So my Yesu's in the kitchen, but so I switched temporarily with the Kenwood R5000, which is here. So this is my Kenwood R5000. It is on CHU, as you might hear in the background. And there you go. So this is going to be the radio of choice tonight as I'm going to tune around. And of course, we'll be checking out a few little things. We'll tune in a little bit of the contest and see some of the exotic stations we can hear also. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. So a little bit of change this week in terms of what we have as the Yesu is in the will return to its premium place here in the office at next to show. So this is going to be cool. And so everything's all right. I'm going to start the different websites that I use. Of course, EIBI space for the schedules. Remember, the schedules are changing tomorrow/tonight. Some have already changed. Radio Romania has already changed its frequencies. They actually changed it on the October 21st. And so at 0 UT tonight, some stations will already have changed. Some it's going to be tomorrow. But we are starting tomorrow in the new schedule B25. So keep in mind that for a little while, the schedules are not going to be accurate. Pirates, of course, we'll look at pirates. There's going to be a lot of pirates. I'll be announcing it will all depend. A possible Halloween evening, Friday live, but that will depend on the weather. Right now, the weather looks for a lot of rain on Friday, the 31st for Halloween, which means I won't go out into the, haunted alleys that I wanted to. If that doesn't happen, then we'll be tuning live on Friday, the 31st, for Halloween Pirates. There should be a lot of them. And of course, if not, then we'll have the show on Saturday. And anyways, even if we have a show on Friday, we'll have a show on Saturday too. 2 days in a row. Hey, why not? This is going to be a lot of fun. And preamp for the number stations, we'll be looking at what number stations are coming through. In 1 hour, we'll have the M12 St. Petersburg, Russia, M12 spy number stations to look at. We're going to try to listen to that. And there's XBB search. So XBB search means that there's one that might be active also, but they don't know the frequency. So it's a mystery. So this is going to be fun. Another announcement I have to add here is that I will not be doing the Zoom tomorrow that was supposed to happen. And the reason about that is that my friend that I was taking care of at the hospital has passed away. And so I decided to dedicate my Sunday as to take care of myself, do some contesting. So this is just an announcement. Don't show up for the Zoom tomorrow. It will not happen, as I will be taking it easy. So my friend passed away this week. The friend that I have that was in a hospital had dementia. I got a call from the hospital on early this week, telling me that he had passed away. So a little more time for myself. So no Zoom tomorrow. I'll be skipping this month. We'll come back with the regular last month Zoom starting in November next month. So just to let you know. So what else do we have here? Okay, everything seems okay. I think we can start the live show, and at the same time, all of the stuff is up. So welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Show. Hey, I gotta open my beer because no show is all right without beer. And so this is my beer, a Labatt Dry, which has been the standard because it's what they have at the local store right near here. I'd like to... I'm going to go back to what I was doing before. I remember, if you guys remember a few years back, I'd have all of these fancy beers that I would try all the time. So we're going to go back to doing that at some point. I'm going to put the lighting back where it's supposed to be. There we go. So I guess we're going to be, it's going to be cool. And so this is the Shortwave Live Show. We talk about radio, about all sorts of radio, shortwave radio, amateur radio. We tune the bands, we have a lot of fun, and we answer questions. And I mean, this place is good for newbies. It's good for people that have been doing it for a long time. Everyone is welcome here. It is definitely the place. And, well, there's a beautiful chat room. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. There's a beautiful chat room where there's wonderful people here. So if you want to join in and chat with everyone, this is, I think, a great group. And one of the best, I think. And of course, we'll be... When this is over, we have a Facebook group which has the same name as here, and that will be where we continue to chat. 4,200 members on that Facebook group where people share what they're listening to, and so on. So lots of places where we can actually meet up. This is a solitary hobby. We see it all the time, and what's cool is that we can actually meet up and share our passion for radio. So this is really a cool thing. For those that have not seen at the beginning, I have the CHU you might be hearing in the background comes from this. It comes from the Kenwood R5000 that I've actually put right here. And so this is what we'll be tuning around. So this is going to be the radio of choice today. So I hope that you enjoy that when we tune around. We'll be using that old radio. It's been a while since I haven't used it, so I kind of thought, yeah, you know what? Let's put it into action, as the Yesu is now in the kitchen for the amateur contest that's happening this month. So this is going to be a different experience. Still a lot of fun. So I'll have a sip of beer. Cheers, everybody. Take care. Hope everybody is all right, and we'll start this show. So, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, and says he's on his cell phone. His computer died, making him crazy. Sorry to hear that. Master Players Radio Television, nice to have you here. Morgan Stanley, Louisiana. Mike B, nice to have you here in Beefield, Colorado. Nice to have you on board. Vaults, nice to have you here from Latvia. and says use CQL White today to pick up missing DXCC stations on 10 meters. Pretty cool. I've been participating. I made maybe 100 contact. I had a little problem. My infant antenna balun, something was wrong. Every frequency I was tuning, even close, the Yaesu wanted to be retuned. And so when I started looking at the setup of the antenna in the backyard, I noticed that the balun that I have, the box, which is supposed to be waterproof, is not waterproof anymore, because when I took it out and I squeezed it a little bit, out of the corner, water started dripping out. So I figured that, oh, it's not watertight anymore. So I replaced it with another balun. So this is going to be so that's the replacement for now. And so that was one of the problems. Propagation last night was not great, so I didn't make a lot compared to last year. Last year, the first 3-4 hours of the contest, man, I mean contacts. This year, it wasn't great, and the geomagnetic field was kind of unsettled. Today was much better. I made a lot of contacts on 10 and 15. Like yesterday, I made contacts on 20 and 40 meters. So I'm about 100 contacts right now. I don't think I'll be making as many contacts that I did last year at the contest, unfortunately. So, but hey, I'm having fun, and that's what's important for that. So this is cool. Oh, I forgot before I forget. So you can contribute to the show, the live show, with the super chat here. You can give a little something, and we have the pizza fund if you don't want me to starve. You can send also for the cat treats for Paul the cat at the PayPal email that is here, by the way. And your contributions have been very, very helpful. Don't forget, and everybody that contributes at Christmas, we will have 2 giveaways of a Canadian International DX Club membership and a surprise box. And I think you guys are going to be very surprised at the surprise box. And Blogger and I have to come back to you on that. You got your email and totally forgot to answer back. I will answer back. I think it's a good idea that we might have participation of Blogger and I in that surprise box. So this is going to be, I think, something interesting. And this will be for anybody that contributes either here on the Super Chat on YouTube or through PayPal. All right. So Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. De Saint-Hyacinthe, nice to have you on board. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Just WL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. 54 Cal from Northwest Pennsylvania. And René Charbonnier, long time no see. Nice to have you here from the Netherlands. Often don't have time Saturday evenings because of the 11-meter radio round in the Netherlands. Megan, nice to have you here, Megan, from Colorado. Nice to have you on board. Blogadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia. Thank you for the donation that I saw go through PayPal. And Mike Hill, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Tosenlof, nice to have you here from Alabama. TVDXer, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here just from outside of Montreal. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland, where it's dry and cold here. It's kind of cloudy, typical fall weather. Cloudy, and we're about in the 50s-ish. So it's cool, cloudy. One of those days where you want to actually be doing some amateur radio contesting, that's for sure. Rory Lee, nice to have you here from New Mexico. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Old Radios, got big Gilles projected on the wall. Youch. Not sure I want to see that. David's Radio Room, nice to have you here from Central Georgia. Luna Loud, Maggie Lincoln, nice to have you on board. Just heard a lot of contest stations on SSB via the PL330. That's pretty cool. David Ward, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. Robert Varner from New Jersey, KC2 TEL. Rory Lee says, I need to get one of those clocks or two. Old radios, 7-foot long image. Youch. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you here. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from cloudy, rainy Seattle. Trustin in Newfoundland, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas and 5 KVO. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. We have Oleg. The site you show on the video, it's not always accurate. Some stations said they're on air and they don't, and other stations it said off, but it's on, but it's useful. The website, I don't know which website you talk, but EIBI Space is very, very accurate. And a lot of the stations that you might think are not on are just probably not propagating towards where you are. But it's accurate. It's the most accurate, and it's pretty darn good. It's a good 99% accurate, 98%. It's not 100. There are some exceptions to the rule, but there's a lot. Most of what's there is fine in general. So you got to be careful, because a lot of stations that you might try for are simply not heard in your area, and that's why. Sometimes it could be propagation also. GDM Atch, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Lunaland Maggie, you got Charlie Tango 6 Kilo. I made contact with Charlie Tango 6 Kilo on, I think, 2 different bands. Donna Royale, nice to have you here. WA7330SWL, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. We have, let me just check here. Somebody called. Mike Hill, thank you so much for the donation. Ian Millet, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And of course, Blogger Die, thank you for the donation through PayPal. So I've got some message for some reason, I don't know where. So no problem, guys. It's it's better like that for my friend passing, because it was really complicated. It's not bad. Oleg, of course, why some station won't broadcast more than an hour, like some station, and they broadcast, but the frequency they use or close it to have nothing. Well, most broadcasts on shortwave are an hour, 30 minutes. It's the way that it is. So they'll have several broadcasts on a day. Many of them will have several broadcasts, but they'll keep it short for an hour or 30 minutes. Especially when you have long distance communications, when you're broadcasting towards a target area that's far away. Doing more than 1 hour might sometimes not be very good, because the propagation might change. Ricky, salut, nice to have you on board from Alberta. Thanks, guys, for the condolences. Brian Leisner, thank you so much for the tip and towards treats for Paul the Cat. Ricky says in Calgary, 13 degrees Celsius. So here it's 10 right now. Even went down. It's 9 now. 9 degrees Celsius. We're going to have freezing this week, several nights. Tim in Texas, nice to have you on board, and no problem. Thank you so much. Old radios. What else do we have? I'll get my crappy old Milwaukee. I think I had that once. Brian Leisner's coffee time. That's perfect. Perfect. Miles Smith, even pirate shortwave radio. The question exactly is, so for Halloween, the pirate radio stations really come alive usually. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen. And so if it's raining, guys, I'll be staying home, and that means there'll be a live show on Friday night, tuning the bands. And if it's not raining, I'll be out in the dark, haunted alleys of Montreal, where I might not come back. Junior G, nice to have you here. Old radios. How many times is the guy on 7200 going to play? Oh, you know, there's a lot of people that have too much time on their hands. Simon Templar, I forgot to send you an answer back to your email. So, how do you like the Texan PL330, Simon Templar? RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri, WA0113SWL. Don't worry about it, Rob. It's all right. It's all right. So Simon is playing with the PL330. It's an awesome radio. It definitely is. Definitely is. Don Royal says, Kenwood R5000, great radio. Tostanov, I heard some racist. There's a lot of crazy stuff there. I got to tell you that. Blogger Die 7850, good signal on the St. G and ATS 405. I haven't taken mine out in a long time. I need to do so. It's actually, I could see it from here. I have to glue the window back. So where the display is on the frequency, that little plastic window that they put over the LCD, it just keeps falling off. So I'm going to have to glue it because it's, you know. And it's funny, it's two Sangeans that I have that their display fell off. I don't know why. It's something it has to do with what, but two of them. One is one of the ATS 909s, the original, the Radio Shack version, and the ATS 405 has the same thing. The little window on top of the LCD falls off. So cool. Have fun with that projector, old radios. Lunanon Maggie logged NL1N V9XX W4R while on driving trip today on 20 meter band. Cool. I got a lot. I don't know how many countries. I got a lot of countries on 10 and 15 today. John Gary, nice to have you here from Hamilton, Ontario. Deckhand Bob, nice to have you here from Daytona Beach. Brian Leesner, 7850 CHU, is never a hard catch here in Northeast Philadelphia. And Carvira, nice to have you here from Northwest France. Bienvenue. And the new, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. I'm 7CUN. Jasmine, I think her phone is ringing. Yeah, my phone was. Actually, I put the vibration because there was something. There was something. there I never put the vibration, and since the microphone is so sensitive, I guess you guys heard all the vibrations of the call. I did get a call from Alberta. I don't know what that call's all about, but yeah. So I put my phone somewhere else so it doesn't. Plus all the text messages that I get all the time. So, you know. And Kavira, I know we are all interested in shortwave, but I have been looking for info on what antenna to use to listen to long waves. Can anyone help? You know what? Usually, long waves require longer antennas. Not to forget, on a lot of the portables, the internal ferrite is not bad at all on long wave, actually. So, but there's loops. Magnetic loops are good. Well-built magnetic loop, not the ML830. On long wave, something else. But the magnetic loop can be a good choice for long wave too, because at the same time it's very directional. Brad Shaver, as everyone knows, best people here. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. What else do we have? Eamon G. O'Dirty, nice to have you here. Where's Andre? Andre U. JDM Atch. What else do we have? I wonder, does Radio Cuba have English program? I heard they do have some English. It's just that they're having a hard time coming back on the air. But they do have some English that more and more people have been hearing lately. But it's still a hit or miss. Sometimes it's just a carrier. Sometimes it's it's with the sometimes the audio isn't good, things like that. So John Gary, nice to have you here from Hamilton, Ontario. Nice to have you here, Iman G. And what else do we have? Ian Millett, nice to have you here from Baltimore, Maryland. What else? What else do we have? So, like I was saying earlier, Jerry, for those that have not heard I will postpone my Zoom that I was supposed tomorrow will not happen because of the passing away of my friend. I will be taking more time and taking time to go to do the contest. Also, trying to pass a Sunday doing like contesting all day. So this is so I'm not going to do the Zoom tomorrow. We'll come back to normal on the last Sunday of November and continue there. Once again, like I said, if it's raining Friday, I know some of you will be praying for rain. I will if it's raining Friday, I will stay in. So there will be a live, and we'll be chasing pirates on the air. There should be a lot, especially on a Friday night. And if it's not raining, then I'll be going to the Haunted Alleys in Montreal. And we'll have, of course, our live show as usual on Saturday. So I'll be keeping you guys up to date on that. Right now it's some rain on Friday, and I hate it. Halloween and rain. Rick Myers, nice to have you here, KO4OSA. Thank you for the condolences in South Daytona, Florida. We had a contact this week on 10 meters. So it was nice to have that contact. So I immediately recognized your call sign. I was like, oh. Because sometimes especially when I get a lot of DX calls, sometimes I'll overrun on some of the US calls. I'll just jump over a US call to answer one that is from Europe or from another country. But when I saw yours, I was like, oh, no, I know him. I can't jump over that one. Brad is in North Illinois. Jim Gordon, my drink tonight is popular Newcastle Brown Ale from Newcastle in northeast of England. I've never tried it. I've seen it so many times, but I've never tried that beer. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey. KD2GUZ. What else do we have? I'm about 12, 13 minutes behind, guys, so just hang in there. Hang in there. So I'm a little red. I think the camera's automatic settings I've started video. Wait, let me cancel. Settings. So the camera settings. Just go check this. Video. Yeah, the automatic white balance is back. I don't want that. I look like a lobster when that is on. I look like Zoidberg on Futurama. There you go. Luna Loud Maggie's hearing CHU on Singer 7850 right now. Old radios did look a little look into this chain apparently. Okay. Old radios. Okay, some people are talking about Kmart and some movies and stuff. Then allowed my drink tonight for dinner will be a Mountain Dew. That's perfect. James Farley, I ordered a replacement PL880 from eBay, and I got a ICF 2010 that works perfectly instead. It was only $75. Wow, that's good for that price. For that price, can't go wrong. No problem, Brad. Always a pleasure to give all the info. RK MKLZ, it's cold up here. Wow. So Vaults SSB with Mad Radio DXer succeeded. Oh, cool. That's good. That's good. Now we have to do it, you and me. We'll have to do it, you and me. I'll have to choose a time and a date that we can actually meet up and try it. I'm pretty sure it's possible. Toast and Loaf, cold at night here too, 72 right now. Lunalan Maggie says, for radios I used to notably had a Sony ICF 7600JR from December 2021 to 2023. SWAT Cats made 2 contacts with Italy and Colombia. I made contacts with more than a dozen European countries. I had Morocco. I've had several of the Caribbean islands where I made contact, and a couple of European Russia contacts that I made also. So this was kind of cool. I'm roughly at 100 contacts right now, and I hope to. I might not have a lot of time tonight, but tomorrow I hope to like just spend the day doing contacts, and we'll see where I get. If I beat, I don't think I'm going to beat last year's score. Honestly, my start is too weak to really match my score from last year. But who knows? If propagation is good, who knows? RK has the Panasonic RF3100 going. That's great. Simon Templar, it outdoes my C-Crane Skywave SSB too. I'm putting the C-Crane up for sale this week. That's cool. It's cool. So it is a great radio. The Texan PL230 is amazing, and I mean the features it has are so cool. Blogger died. ATS 405 is one of the very few radios that has a setting to turn soft mute on and off. So yeah, I don't remember if I've used the setting or not. Old Radios carries his Texan S2200X with him all the time. Jerry Hart says new version of Simon's Map is out. Cool. I should download it and check it out. Luna Loud, I also have an Ethon Elite Executive that I rarely use sometimes. Also bought September 2025. Jean Arash, why not the ML830? If you're talking about the question of long wave, the ML830 is actually rated to start at 500 kilohertz, and the reason they rate it for 500 kilohertz and up is clearly that it quickly loses sensitivity as you're going down. Also, I have noticed that the ML830 below, I'd say below maybe 3 megahertz, you quickly see that it's not the best antenna out there. There are better antennas. I had noticed, for example, my W6LVP loop, which I don't use much. That loop below 3 is better, much better than the ML830. So it does have advantages. It does have places where it's better. And if it was not from that filter that blocks anything below the medium wave AM band. I'd be curious to see the W6LVP loop performance on long wave and medium wave, honestly. Maybe I should open it and see if it's an easy, something easy to do to kind of bypass or remove the filtering. For sure, but the ML830 quickly loses sensitivity as you go down into the long wave. I've noticed that a lot. Same with higher frequencies. ML830, the core of the shortwave bands, it's great. But go above 20 megahertz, you start seeing also that the ML830 isn't the best. Like in the CB band, the ML830 is not that great. I have better results with a wire than I have with the ML830 easily. So, it's the frequency range where it actually performs. And by the way, talking of ML830, I finally did a switch. And so you guys heard the Amazon Web Services had a shortage, which dramatically affected Amazon from what I see. I ordered, so some of you guys might know that there is this GA. What's the? I'm going to go to my Amazon account. So there's a indoor antenna, which is called the Gulf Alpha 490, GA 490, and it's a active loop for indoor use. Well, there's a outdoor version that you can buy, and I was curious. So I decided to take that GA490 outdoor version, which was about 60-ish Canadian dollar. It's wideband from 100 kilohertz to 180 megahertz, and has the bias T and everything, plus has all the different connectors for all the different radios. So I'll be talking about that when I get it. It says arriving November 5th. So hopefully. It was supposed to arrive October 31st. Then there was this Amazon Web Services outage, and suddenly it ended up arriving November 1st instead. And I know a lot of people that have different orders have noticed that a lot of the stuff is switched dates because of the AWS outage. So it's the GA490 that is put into a outdoor loop. So it's going to be very interesting to see its performance. So it's supposed to have it November 5th. Brian Leesner, PL330 is probably my favorite travel kit. It really is a great little radio. Some people have a battery objection, but XH Data branded spares for $10. Not bad at all. Yeah, you just keep yourself a good set of batteries. I've got about 10 BL5Cs here. So, if I would bring the PL330 with me, I just bring, 4 or 5 of them. And I have enough battery and radio for quite a while, and charge them when I come back. The radio is amazing. I have to take out mine and start tuning again on the PL330. It's just such an amazing little radio, and it's perfect. The size, it's so small that its size for travel is just the perfect radio. Honestly, there's really not a lot of radios that have that capability that are so perfect. Thank you, Ricky, for the donation, by the way. So this is it is a great radio all around. Great performer. The ETM scan is fun. It's great. And so, really cool. David, the radio room. If the hurricane hits Cuba, expect all radio stations to be out of the air for a while. Yeah, hopefully the work that they have done for repairing what is right now is what they are putting on the air. I hope the hurricane doesn't hit the area and destroy all the work that they actually have done. RK says Cuba is still weak on 6,000. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Tosin Love, General Ferret is best for long wave antenna I have right now. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines, Ontario. What else do we have? Like I have good results with a 20 feet wire plus an aired ground on long wave on a radio that allows that sort of connection, like the DX286. The Win 1960, nice to have you here from New York. RK long wave on 275. Kilohertz Radio Mongolia 1 after hours. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What else do we have? No problem, RK. Brian Listener, will the PL330 blow up if you put it in an XH data battery? They're going to fight to death. Thank you, Win 1960. Oh yeah, you can put the R108 battery in the Texan PL330. Absolutely, it's the same battery. Yeah. I got a lot of BL5Cs thanks to CountyCom. CountyCom sent me, when they sent me the CountyCom GP7 SSB, which uses a BL5C, they sent me several BL5C spares and a couple of chargers. So I've got enough BL5Cs to power everything for a while. Jim Gordon, I've been trying out my DX286 in the park. I heard KSDA and KWR Guam, also FEBC Philippines on 19 meter band, and unusually Furusato no Kaze in Japanese or from Taiwan, 9705 kilohertz. By the way, the KTWR Guam better hurry up. They are ending their transmissions on shortwave. So there will be no more transworld radio from Guam on shortwave. Take care, Justin. Happy Halloween party. Yep. KTWR Guam is ending shortwave broadcast. Absolutely. Kevin Michael, 5025, Cuba. Radio Rebel is week in the evening. Lunanon Maggie says Cuba very weak for us. 5025, 6000. Yep. Dustin Love listened to some SSB contests last night. Sweatcast does not do contests. I do only one, and it's the CQ Worldwide SSB, typically. Although I did participate in a second one, which I think was the ARRL one. But the contest, if there's one contest that I really participate every year, because I'm having fun with that, and it's the CQ Worldwide. So it's pretty cool. So Simon Templar in 1991, I busted a pile on 10 meters to talk with King Hussein of Jordan. Yeah, he's an amateur radio operator. Simon Templar also says my manager liked the PL330, so he ordered one on Thursday. Oh, it's a great little radio. Oh, I've not, you know what? I've not noticed that. I've not noticed that. If there's a way to, yeah, because if you remove the battery and the clock display turns off, don't think it did that previously. That's a good question. Maybe our friend Blogger Guy can try it. If you remove the battery, does the clock turn off immediately, or does it stay on and give you time to change the battery? Out of curiosity. Because normally they keep that with a capacitor. They put a capacitor, and that capacitor, you know, the clock doesn't take a lot of power. So the capacitor will keep enough, will stay long enough charged to power while you change the batteries. That's interesting. I've not noticed. I have a few radios here that it seems that that went bad. I'll have to remember which one when I change the batteries. I'll look at the display. Well, one of them is my Sangean ATS 909X2. It used to keep the clock and the display when I would change batteries, AA batteries. And recently I've noticed that my Sangean ATS 909X2, actually everything goes dark, and when I put the batteries in, it kind of resets like a brand new radio. So that has happened to me on that radio, I know. And there's a few other radios that I've noticed that over time, they don't keep that charge anymore too. When allowed, cannot afford Sony ICF 2010, Shortwave 77, Sangean 909X2 this time. But you have great radios already, honestly. Yeah, it's fun to hear the bands full of voices. This is, where it's so funny. It's like every time the bands are supposedly dead, everybody's like, "Oh, the 10-meter band's dead," and then there's a contest, and look at that, there's tons of people, and it's like, "Hey, it's not dead. Nobody's going there. Everybody's saying it's dead, so no one's actually going there to see if it's dead for real." It happens so often. Brian Leisner has Samsung and his PL 990. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Rick Myers, KO4 OSA, maybe the mysterious missing QSL card might appear from the second QSO. Oh yeah. I immediately thought about it. That I'll have to send you now that Canada Post seems to be working again. I'll be sending you that this week, Rick. Old radios. Have a good time with pizza. Always good. Always good to have pizza. What else do we have? Jeff K. Nice to have you here from New Jersey and 2ZNN. And is listening to 2 meters from Oklahoma on 147.075. Cool. Yeah, no kickstand, definitely. But you could use, there are things that you can buy that you could use. Maybe a stand for a phone or a small tablet, maybe things like that. Vaults had a Cuban station on 10, but so many callers that could not break through. I had Morocco was a tough one for me. I had Moldova also, which was a tough one. There were so many stations calling. Morocco, Moldova, and a couple of others. Man, I think it took me a good 20 to 25 minutes of calling before he actually heard me. One chance that I got with the Morocco station was he listened for longer than usual instead of coming back. So the first wave of calls was over, and I just jumped in with my call, and it's like, oh, VE2. So I had that little space where nobody was calling that made me go through. Because, in that pilot, there are kilowatt stations in there. There's tons of stations that have these big fancy antennas. When you're just barefoot 100 watts on an end-fed wire, you are not the most powerful signal that these guys are hearing on the band. That's for sure. Blagadai, Hurricane Melissa, supposed to hit eastern Cuba on Wednesday or Thursday. So, it's going to be interesting to check that out. If hopefully not going to damage Cuban radio more. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Got 2 BL5Cs, the XH data ones for €7, including delivery off of Amazon. Kevin Michael, 690 CBC Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada is one on at night. There's talk about, because the CBC was asked to remove a lot of the medium wave frequencies that are left including the one I hear here in French from Toronto on 860. They are looking into removing whatever is left of medium wave of AM radio, replace them with FM, which I always thought was stupid because when they were on AM radio on medium wave, so many people were hearing them, including people in the United States that love to hear them. Honestly, Dustin Love made a little cardboard cradle for his PL330 at an angle. Jim's radio check. Nice to have you here. WF7I Homebrew. Nice to have you here, Bert. From Virginia. Skipping the SSB CW contest this year, but we'll go all out for the CW version in November. Blogger died. The PL330 clock will work a little while. I'll try it. Yeah, I think the PL330 does work a little while. I know the PL, the CountyCom GP7 slash PL368 works for a little while when you change the batteries. But I know there are a few that I have, and it's a good question because there's a few that I have that do not keep the display anymore when I remove the battery, and somehow I'm trying to figure out, was it always like that, or is it it had a problem over time. I'm very curious. So yeah, usually it's a capacitor. Usually when you remove the battery, what keeps the radio's clock on is really a capacitor that holds power for, like, depending on the radio, some are like, it's going to keep the battery, it's going to keep the clock for half an hour before it actually goes to zero, but some are just a couple of minutes. Some are you have to change quickly because it will stop. Fred water or hurricanes are obviously awful, but also an interesting time for radio. Often the only mass communications available. Yep, definitely. By the way, guys, we're gonna prep ourselves. We're gonna prepare ourselves to M12 CW. So I'll put myself in CW. I will enter the frequency of 7976 CW. And we'll see if we'll hear it on the so 7976 CW or 7975 upper sideband. We'll see if that Russian number station comes up soon in about 5 minutes, a little more than 5 minutes from now. What else do we have? Timothy Maimon, very high value cap, like 1 farad. Yeah, well, for a clock, for maintaining just the display, and LCD displays take so little power that a very small capacitor can be used for that. Luna Lad says my Codicen antenna is shaky. I got several radios that are like that, including the St. Jean's. So, what else do we have? So Luna Loud says the base of the whip antenna isn't tightened properly. Could be a screw that's not properly set in. One of the biggest problems is these antennas are also on a plastic base, and it's easy to break. Jim Gordon, my Halloween old-time radio recommendations is the short story Evening Primrose, available in various versions on YouTube. Pleasant dreams. And that Fred Waterer says in the 90s he heard a station in Jacksonville, Florida overnight operating on daytime power due to the storm. It's cool. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC, New Jersey. Blogger Die, okay, we'll check the PL330 display is still on after 2 minutes without battery. Yeah, I think it was talking about a Codescend though, Blogger Die. You wanted to know if the Codescend display. I don't have mine with me. Oh, I got one here. Yes. Wait. Do I have a Codescend here? I'm not sure. I brought a lot of radios in, and no, I don't see one. I don't see one right now. Because if I had it here, I would pick it up and remove the battery just to see if it is happening. Slutcats may not collect any more QSL cards. And Radio Slovakia is asking people to write in to let them know. I'll give you guys 3 emails in a few minutes for Radio Slovakia. They're asking you to actually write an email and send it to 3 different emails, which are emails for the management of Radio Slovakia, to make sure that they stay on the air. Little Loud says, I had a 5-hour energy shot for lunch on Wednesday with cookies and iced tea. That sounds good. Kevin Michael gets Cuba Vision, CMQ Havana, once in a while via the internet. And the 80s, he had the same via eSkip. Wow. Have you guys ever dyed Belizean TV? Or I've watched, I guess? Oh, DX. Oh, yeah. I've never here. So Blogger, I took the batteries out of this DX286. The display went off immediately. But 1 minute later, I put the battery back in, and it still had the current time. So, okay. This is the so the display goes off, but the time still stays. So I guess it's normal. I guess it's normal. So are we gonna hear Morse code off of Russia in a few seconds? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. We sometimes do. It depends on propagation. If we want to hear that one, we might try the other ones in 20 minutes. Oh yeah, it's there. So I am hearing on the Kenwood R5000, I am hearing M12, CW, or Morse code, spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And we'll be looking at the next frequency, which will be... Oh, there's a different one. That's going to be interesting to see. In 9 minutes, there's XPB, which is a polytone one on 12213. I'm going to try that. Interesting, there's new ones today. So, Blogger Eye says the clock goes off. Everything goes off the display, but put the battery back and still works after a minute. I guess it's normal. I guess the way it is. Vaults, by the way, in test, do you use Vox, PTT, maybe PTT from keyboard or a headset maybe? I just use a PTT. I just have the microphone. I'm old school. Old school. And Vox, I hate Vox. I hate station that use it. Yesterday there was an example. One of the stations I contacted, oh God, had this, like, I don't know, the setup he had and how he was working with maybe the computer and Vox, and it was like the terrible delay between the answer back to your call and then the answer back to confirm the call, and it was like, no, this is horrible. This is horrible. I don't like this. And Vox can be good if it's well set up, but I have to say, many times I find it so annoying, much more than anything else. Really depends. So I just use the good old microphone that comes with it, and just, call back. Dustin replaced the battery in his Malachite radio with a different type, but now it lets it drain too much and it won't charge it. As long as I don't drain it completely, it's okay though. Yeah, you got to be careful. Sometimes, sometimes you could get an idea, like putting a battery that has more power, more milliamp hours, stuff like that. And sometimes it's the charging circuit and the way the device is built. It doesn't work well with something that is of different rating. RJ Dakota, that's one thing about the PL330 is the fact that it has no reset hole or button. I have to remove the battery to reset the radio. It takes almost a half hour for it to completely go off. Yeah, there's a lot of radios like that have no no reset button on it, and you gotta let it drain so that it resets by just having no more battery before it will restart correctly. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Jasmine likes watching the CBC. She gets it there in Seattle. Cool. Also, okay. A first world problem. Yeah, that's kind of a first world problem. But yeah, I understand it is annoying when you set the clock and have to set it again. It's like my St. Gian. If you see a radio in my videos that the clock is off, which you might not know because you don't know what time it was when I made the video, it's usually because I removed the batteries, I put the new batteries, fresh batteries back, and the clock was off, and I was like, oh, I ain't gonna start dealing with that again. Not counting that there are radios that when you don't use them for a while, the first thing that comes to mind is, how the hell do I set the clock on this thing? I forgot. And you try to figure it out, and you're like, yeah, how does it work? How do I do it again? I forgot. Once again, first world problem, definitely. Ken Michael likes CBC TV and NTV Newfoundland. I watch those via internet. Jeff K. Sony Betamax had a cap on the display board. would hold the time for a few hours. When the cap dried out, it no longer held the time. Yeah. Yeah. SWAT cats. I had to install an end-fed HF antenna on a Learjet 45. Wow. Kev, Michael, do you see polar bears up there? I'm a little far from the polar bears, but you know, sometimes in the winter, especially in December or January, February, the worst months usually, you sometimes almost think that there might be one around the corner. Jerry Hart, when I was a kid, I watched CBC Kids programs like Friendly Giant. I'm in the US, but live right on the border. Tustin Love, VCRs with blinking 12 were pretty common. Oh, yeah. Imagine microwaves. My microwave has just 2 dots. So when it's not set, all you see is the 2 dots of the clock, no numbers. Which is always 2 dots. Mike WX50, listen to 3300. Like a dice, 7976 good on the Texan PL330 with telescopic. Doesn't love can't hear, 7976. Brian Leisner, 7977 lower sideband strong. David Ward picking up 7975 USB Morse code. That is good. Iman says 7975 upper sideband coming through strong. If you're in Europe, you're probably having the strongest of the signals. Ajay Dakota, used to love the days when I could hear all kinds of stuff across the 60-meter band. Tropical music from Venezuela, Colombia, or all over the 60-90-meter band. Yep. So, cats, I never use Vox when it comes to broadcasting. The 60-meter band was great, especially. I remember the music from Venezuela on Ecos del Torbes. You guys remember Ecos del Torbes? That was a good one. That was a very powerful one from Venezuela back in the day. On, 4980 kilohertz? Oh, that's interesting. So, from the manual and the DX286, it says change the batteries before the LCD disappears. But that's not what you see. I'll have to try it too here, because, I mean, this is going to be... You know what? When I do my little caregiving duties in half an hour, I'm going to go pick up one of the DX286, and I'll do it here live on the camera. We'll see. If mine... Actually, I have 2. If I can find the two of them, I'll remove the batteries on 2 of them and see if they behave the same. There may be a lithium battery in blog or those are dedicated to date and time. No, it's not. These portable radios have a capacitor, and they don't have a second battery in it. It's really a capacitor that stores enough energy to keep a couple of minutes. Luna Loud Maggie getting 7975 on his Elite Executive. Jim Gordon pulled a battery from my DX286. The display rapidly faded and lost count when I replaced it 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes later. So, it's a quick thing. It seems it's not totally good. Okay. Luna Loud, yep, Morse code. Iron Zero beat that. Nice to have you here from Scotland. Tosalov, it acts like it doesn't have a battery kind of when it happens. Luna Loud, Maggie still wants NGN ATS 909X2 and HDR 14 this Christmas and next year. Well, I'll hope that Santa is going to be, happy with what you did this year and bring you those radios. Like I, however, when you can plug in the USB cable with the DX286, the clock display will stay on. Yeah, okay, that's a workaround. You plug in the cable for charging, and it will keep the battery powered while you're changing the battery. That's one. Fred Waterer having Ecos del Torbes QSL. Yeah, I've got one too. Mine has The map. It's a map of Venezuela on the the card, and I think it's a map with all the different provinces in color, different colors, something like that. Mike B, 7975, not making it into Colorado. Mike Hill, I listened to Radio Rumbus, Venezuela, 9660. Yeah, remember that. I remember there were a lot of, before the unfortunate demise of the Venezuelan economy. There were so many radio stations on shortwave from Venezuela. It was crazy. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board. 82 Fahrenheit in Tucson, Arizona. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here. So pretty cool. So, I forgot about the number station. Let me see if the. So what time are we? We're at 21:10. Okay, 12213. I want to try something here. I do enter. What was it? 12213 at 2110. Nope, that one has nothing there. So I'm not sure about the schedules for the XPB. Next one on 11432. I will try it though. So M12 will follow on 91. I'm gonna put myself there already. Enter. 9152. I'll position myself so I'll be ready for 9152. And I will try the XPB 11432 at the same time. That one is a polytone. This is also from Russia. We'll see. Brian Leisner, 7977, lower sideband on the X3898. Pretty good. Cool. As more people are here, by the way, I want to mention that tomorrow I will not be doing my Zoom for two particular reasons. Once again, the passing away of my friend this week. I will kind of take it easy and just jump over this month, and we'll be back with the regular Zoom next month. So my friend that I was taking care of at the hospital, doing a lot of hospital visits, has passed away this week, and I want to kind of participate and have fun, just taking it relaxed on a Sunday, doing the CQ Worldwide DX contest for the day. So thank you for your understanding, guys. By the way, if you like what I do, there's a super chat here where you can help out, and also there's the pizza fund and cat treats for Paul through PayPal. That is possible if you want to support me, help me out. Thank you so much. It is very, very much appreciated. And thanks for, and it it helps me buy that new GA 490 loop, which I should have November 5th. So and I also purchased a another NFED, a balun for an NFED antenna. I will be setting up a second NFED antenna in my backyard for the purpose of amateur radio. One thing that I'm hoping for is maybe use one NFED which will be fed through my multicoupler here, and have the other NFED which will be on the Yaesu, and find a way to make sure they disconnect, because they're very close to each other, so if one will disconnect when the other one's transmitting, stuff like that. I'll be checking that out. I might be using I might be using this, which somebody gave me a while back. This is good up to 1 kilowatt. It's an antenna switch, so I'll be able to switch between one or the other. Which will prevent me from blowing up radios. I'll switch to one antenna or the other antenna as I need, depending. So this is from Alpha Delta Communications. Some of you might have that. So this was sent to me by someone in I believe in Florida. So I will be using that switch, and that will prevent me from blowing up radios. What else do we have? Radio Rombos on 4970. Yep, there's that. I remember. I have several from Venezuela on 60 meters. I have Radio Barquisimeto. You guys remember Radio Quito on 4920? Oh, I just heard the tone, so that means I'm going to hear the CW in a few minutes on 9152 kilohertz. 9152 kilohertz. And by the way, there's 2 VFOs on this thing. Huh? 2 VFOs. You got to use them. 11432 upper sideband. It's easy how we forget about how radios have features. 432, so I'll put that one on 432 upper sideband. And I'll be able to switch quickly between one or the other if I use the radio. And it's kind of fun to use again with our 5000. I've not used it in such a long time. I've not used it in such a long time. Jim Gordon here in Dundee has an offshoot of the whaling industry. We imported polar bears for zoos until they escaped in central Dundee and chased several local people. Youch. You don't want to have to be, especially, you come out of the pub and you're being chased by a polar bear. You're wondering if you're like, did you drink too much or am I going to die tonight? Tosanov, my Malahite forgets the time immediately when I unhug the battery. Yeah, I think it's like that on all of them. I think they rely on the fact that the battery always is supposed to be always connected, even if it's weak, to keep the time and the memories maybe. And Caviva, I'm getting China Radio International in Italian on 7265. So pretty good, pretty good. What else do we have? Mike Bino 12213 in Colorado. Like and I got a broadcast in Japanese and a KBS frequency yesterday. Forgot which, but I didn't think they broadcast in Japanese. I don't know what are the languages, all the full language broadcasts of KBS. I wouldn't be surprised they have Japanese. But honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Here we go. So hearing it very well. So they're listing also another one, which XPB on 11432. Oh, it might be there. It's very weak. I hear very weak. Yeah, it's there. It kind of a polytone. It's very weak. I thought it wasn't there, but it is there actually on 11432. Upper sideband. But definitely the one that's stronger is the M12 one. So pretty good reception of M12 and weak, but there on the XPB. No, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. No problem, everyone. Kenneth, I totally agree with you. It was really, really more of a deliverance than anything else that he passed away. He had asked for the medical assistance to die on October 31st. And, well, it happened quicker than we thought, so I think it's a good thing. Mike Hill, Alpha Delta makes nice antennas. Brian Lisner. Okay, I just switched radios from PL990 to my DX398. That radio doesn't get enough love. Yeah. You know, I don't know if you guys, but if you have more than one radio, sometimes you look at one radio that you just left there on the shelf for like months, and you're like, okay, it's time. You know, poor baby. It's time that I pick you up and use you now. And often it's fun because the display is different, the radio is different. Sometimes it's fun to just go to another radio and for a while play with something else. So what cats radios have creature features. Kenneth says still pick up 4940 Peru irregularly, and sometimes that's stationed on 4875 from South America. Yeah, that Kim Michael Siberian Russia is on 287 kHz in Russian at night. Mike B, no joy in Colorado for 11432. Brian Leesner, I got ETS, the ETS 909. Just plugged it into my WV601 antenna. Wow. Fred Wire, 60 meter band used to have a lot of cool stations. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Black Eye's got 9152 on the PL330. Jim Gordon, it goes at Tordibis, Curacao, and one from Radio Fides in La Paz, Bolivia. The days of Tropical DX, yeah. Radio Reloge, 4832. I still remember getting to get the QSL card here. I got the QSL card. And on the back of the QSL card it said, please IRC next time. Yeah, eBay is the problem with eBay is either it's too expensive and you're going to pay way too high of a price for something that's not worth it that amount of money. Or what's going to happen is you're going to have something that, anything that says not tested equals it doesn't work. It ain't that difficult to turn on a radio and see if it does something. Not tested. That's the phrase that's just like, yeah, keep away from it. Not tested, Come on. Nobody can turn on a radio and just see if it works. I could get it that it's like it works on medium wave, on AM, on FM. I have no idea what shortwave is, so I can't tell you if it works fine. Yeah, okay. But still, I don't know. Mike B, 9151 upper sideband faint in southwest Colorado. Kevin Michaels asked toasted a few radios. Dustin Love, I can hear 9152 weekly. Laggard I know 11432. Bruno Loud count 9150 watt on Eton Elite Executive. Brian Leisner on my DX398 9153 lower sideband very strong. Kevin Michael 4920. I do remember Radio Keto at night. Heard in California. Yep. E53, nice to have you here. Kevin Michaels got 9152 upper sideband. Lagadai, I haven't thought about radio relage for a very long time. Yep. 4832, that was the odd frequency. The odd frequency. Iman, I'm getting CW signal 9151 upper sideband, but nothing heard from. Yeah, well, that's you have in upper sideband. You have to get it 1 kilohertz lower, so you're hearing it. It's an upper sideband. 9152 is when you have, like on this radio, the Kenwood. I got CW mode, so that's the mode that you usually use. But you're hearing it if you're hearing it on 9151 upper sideband. Mike Hill logged radio voltage 4832 and 81. Man. Can it not tested equals plugged the radio in and the magic smoke came out. Yeah, your dad or plugged the radio in and there's no, apart from static, there's no receive of anything. Yeah, that looks like that. SWL signals got 9152 in Florida on Grady Gadboy 400 PE. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. RJ Dakota, I definitely remember Radio Relage from Costa Rica. Kind of strange choice of frequency as well. I think their frequency choice was not something they wanted. I think their frequency choice was based on the fact that they just couldn't get the transmitter on frequency at all. Jim Gordon, what happened to the thumbs up like sign? It looks neglected. Man, it's just funny. In a few seconds, I'm going to try that here. 10824. 10824. Let's try that upper sideband. I'm just curious. Yeah, it's definitely there, 10824. But it's extremely, extremely weak. I guess the target area is different. But I can hear it. But this is really not as strong. This is strong, the M12. Next frequency for our M12 will be 10312. And there's also a 10326 upper sideband XBB. So I'm going to put it on 10326 so I can get it. And then we'll put 10312 for CW. Actually, I'm gonna. Somebody asked me by email when I got the Kenwood R5000. So if you guys want to know the story about the Kenwood R5000 here, I will actually tell you the story of this Kenwood R5000 after I come back from the tech duties. What I would say tech duties from the from the caregiving duties in a few minutes. RJ Dakota, for a while I remember WRNO having an unusual frequency of 9832.5. Kev Michael has channel 6CB 27025, the Super Bowl channel opening. Like I, but I've sold about 130 radios on eBay over the years. They were all accurately described, and I have 100% satisfaction. So, if you want to buy a radio, you have to buy it from Blogger Die. That's good. None of them, I bet none of them said that untested. The only thing I bought on eBay that said didn't work, and it clearly said didn't work, was a Uniden scanner. Because the guy was selling it for 20 some bucks plus, I don't know, $10 shipping. The guy was in Ontario, so it was inexpensive shipping. The scanner was like 25 bucks, and I was like, 35 bucks. I'll lose 35 bucks, that's all. So I ordered the scanner radio, and it turned out that the reason it didn't work was very simple. In the battery compartment, one of the cables that go to the battery compartment was actually unsoldered. So once I soldered it back to the battery compartment, it came back to life. But it's funny because that radio works with AA batteries, refuses to work on rechargeables. It seems like rechargeables doesn't give enough voltage for the radio to work, which is kind of interesting. There is one radio that if I had the money, I am curious. There's a new Uniden receiver that's been announced, and it's dreadfully expensive. It would be like $1,000 here in Canada, more than 1,000, which, you know, doesn't give me. It's like I'm not gonna buy that unless I was rich. So here's the radio. It is a Uniden SDS 150. It's a software-defined scanner, and it has multi-system support like Trunk Tracker 10, APCO P25 Phase 1 and 2, Motorola EDAX, LTR, DMR Tier 3, iTera XPT, single channel DMR, NXDN, EDAX, Pro Voice as the database from Uniden, where you just plug in the scanner and program it to your area using your zip code. I have to say I'm deeply, extremely attracted by it, but I'm turned off by the price. So here's what it looks like. If anyone wants to make me a very beautiful Christmas gift, no, don't do that. I'll buy it myself. This just looks amazing. This just looks amazing. So I would like to check that out. Jasmine, sounds like a waste since most apartments are going encryption. Yeah, a lot of departments are. Here in Montreal, you'd be surprised at what is. You know, I have an ICOM ICR30, So I do hear a lot of comms on NXDN. So they're just digital, not encrypted. And a lot of stuff is not encrypted. The fire department is encrypted. It's just digital stuff like that. But well, it's not going to be a paperweight in 5 years. There will be stuff you can still hear, but definitely the problem with these devices is that as each departments eventually change their own change their systems, yeah, you lose over time. You lose a lot of the stuff over time that you could listen to. Definitely. So that's why, the price tag is a problem, because it's like, yeah, it's a lot of money but it looks cool. It looks cool. They're gonna sell some, that's for sure. But yeah, you gotta have money. People that have a lot of money spend. So we have 10312 is the next target. 10312, next target. Next target for the CW. 10312. 10312, here we go. CW mode. 10311 upper sideband. We'll be checking out if we hear this one in 3 minutes time. What else do we have? Blogger guy bought a Sony ICF 7600A radio on eBay, described as not working. The guy just didn't know how to turn it on. Kenneth, AOR also has a new scanner due out with loads of digital modes for only $1,700 plus tax. Hey, what's $1,700? Here, take my money. Don Royal, unit in SDS 150, they are saying could be around 1,200. Youch. That's a lot of money for a scanner radio. I mean, it's cool and everything, but it targets really the a very specific audience. Very specific audience. Don't know if here's just the ambulance that is scrambled. I don't think it's encrypted though, just inverted audio. Mike Hill at 1,700, I'll take two. Hey, and a unit in SDS 150 for everyone. One for you, one for you, one for you. The Oprah moment of the channel. Look at that, got a Radio Shack color computer emulator working. Cool. Cool. I've never been a fan of the emulators. It's cool if you want to play your favorite games, and I'll say that. But boy, do I like having the real machines. Brian Leisner, yes, I see insane prices on eBay for the ICF 2010. Supposedly restored and modded. Yeah. There was a perfect example of that on Mr. Carlson's lab. Mr. Carlson's lab had a restored. Oh, there you go. 10312. Let's check that out for a second. I will leave you with this soothing sounds of spine number station from Russia and go do my little caregiving duties. I'll be back in not very long. And we are back. So 10.312 is pretty good. Conditions are, yep, like Brian says, conditions are really good tonight. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. So, okay, Jim Guardian is looking for a real Ethon E1 in good conditions. They are rare. It's interesting to see certain models of radios that are more difficult to find. That you're kind of wondering how many they actually sold. I think one thing for sure is that I can't imagine if you've noticed since the big flop of the Ethon satellite HD receiver, there's no more Ethon new Ethon radios. I think they got really burned off by that, and it's sad because it's kind of because they were stupid. They think that they put up a $1,000 radio, or almost, and that or a high-end radio, and that people are going to buy that just like, oh wow, that must be a great radio. No. People that buy that kind of radio, buy the expensive stuff, for the most part know what they're doing. You're not going to actually have a radio that doesn't work well. Just, there's this little fruit fly. So, you're not going to pass a quickie to those people. They're not going to be like, oh, well, they won't notice that the radio has flaws. That was a perfect example of dumb marketing and dumb people behind a product. You put up something that doesn't work well and expect people to not complain about it or something, and you end up with, people like telling people, well, these things need to be fixed. When that radio came out, Dan Robinson, oh, well, I'm helping the team. They're going to fix the stuff. No, they're not. That's not the way it works. No, almost no company changes anything or fixes anything on these things. The only company that I've seen that actually really is proactive is Shoyang. Shoyang, when they got the LC90 out, how many revisions, how many fixes were they sending out? Those people were great. Shoyang was amazing for that with the LC90 receiver. But take out that. Complain about, the wobbly SSB sometimes on some of the Texan receivers. The only answer you get back is we can't do anything about it. Ethon, oh yeah, I'm going to help them fix things. They're not going to fix. They have to change the design by so much, and they've invested so much money already. They ain't going to change anything. And I'll say it again and again because I've seen it. Any company, any store that still has that in stock and trying to sell it, shame on you. You should not have that. You should all return it to the company and say, give us our money back. I just can't believe it. I'm not going to mention a Canadian store that's very popular, because I almost like going to say they are. How can you buy a radio from a company that are selling crappy radios and not saying, no, this radio is no good, we're going to return it to the company, and we're not going to sell it? Shame on you. Old radio is going to figure out why my flash on this old camera isn't working, if it's the batteries or the flash itself. If it's an old flash, remember that old cameras have capacitors that actually, for a flash to work, the capacitor will charge to give a big boost of power for a flash to start. So it could be a capacitor in the camera that isn't good anymore. It doesn't charge, so it won't flash. But the flash itself could be burnt out also. Blogger died 10312. Okay, in Virginia, PL330. Kevin Michaels got something on 27529 upper sideband. Tosanov 10312. Pretty good in Alabama. 10311 upper sideband faint in Colorado. Luna Loud 12312 copied in New York City. Kenneth Scruffy D6U 913 over and over. Actually, what they do is they start by sending a intro, and then they start sending in a faster Morse code a message. Groups of 5. Perry 10312 coming in strong. Brian Leisner 10313 11 sideband coming in strong on DX398. Kevin Michael, and you need a scanner. Everything is P25 here. This is what I wish would be on the ICOM ICR30. P25 phase 1 and 2. It would definitely add to the radio. James Barley, Pirate on 6930. Blogger and I wrote a text adventure game back in the day. Wow. Wow. You know what I would like? I'm not even sure it still reads, but I got in a metal box here a 5¼ inch floppy. That floppy has my computer class year-end demo that we had to do a program that does something with graphics on an IBM PC compatible in 19 in high school, my last year of high school, which for me was 1986. And so what I did was, it was a flying saucer that would go up and would shoot things on the ground, and then would land on a building. And so it is written in BASIC. And what I would love is if I could have access to a computer that is compatible from that era. Put in that floppy. First of all, will it read? Will it still see there's a file on that after 40 plus years? 40 years. And 2, man, I would love to just see my program work again. It's like, oh God, that I'd love to have an old computer, an old PC just for that. Man. Good old days. Kevin Michael, 10313 is weak. So anything else here on the number station? The next ones are in 2 hours. All right, so I'm going to go and check out the Pirates in a few minutes. See what's out there. As of this time, on ID 6930 upper sideband, according to HF Underground. So we'll check that out. SWAT cats, anyone here will give 10 meter contact a try? Well, my Yesu is in the kitchen, so it's kind of hard to do it now. Blogger I can get the 6930 Pirate, but I just can't tune music with SSB. Oh, this is the tough one. When you have to tune music, it's so freaking difficult. That's why if you have like the PL330, go and calibrate it with WWV or a signal that's very close, not too far from 6930. Go on 7850 and listen to the tone of CHU and try to match it perfectly with upper sideband, and then calibrate. And you shouldn't be far off on 6930 with that Texan PL330. There should be very, very little adjustment to do for the music. Hoping that the pirate itself is accurate in its own frequency. Because, I mean, by ear, oh man, tuning music and single sideband is so touchy. So you gotta go real slowly. Kenneth, when I was in college, our class used to call them in capacitors. Even Tom, I would talk about the AC lab. They would toss a charged cap to the lucky recipient. That reminds me of chemistry. We would go into the lab and some phony somewhere in the class, the Bunsen burner that you have to use the burner for some experiment. They would turn up the gas like real high, and I would one of those that would always forget to check for the gas, make sure it's not very high, and I would just turn it on and have this flame going up to the roof. Oh God. Lunaland Maggie, yep, the Eton Satellite HD. It definitely flopped completely. Elon says very faint here in West Glasgow on 10311. So let's go on. Let's try that pirate here. Pirate 6. Ooh, I got 6666. The devil number. And let's go 6930. I'm not hearing much. I've got a very high noise level there. Nothing much in the vicinity of pirates. Sorry, guys. Kenneth, the math doesn't add up. How can it be 40 years when you're only 39? There's something called time travel. Let me tell you, time travel. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario. Kev Michael wants Sony to make new radios. Yeah, it's not worth it anymore for them. I gotta, That's enough. I think after Windows 7 they were on basic. Yeah, I think Windows 7 was the cutoff point. Look at I'm using the PL990. What I can do is see what the offset is, and then match that. So what you could do, with the PL990, just go on 7850. Put yourself in AM and listen to the tone of the peeps. Then go on upper sideband and fine-tune until the peeps have the exact same tone. And once you go on AM mode or upper sideband, they sound the same. Hold upper sideband until it does the offset, and then go on 6930. Little on Maggie, Ethan, the latest satellite HDs is not well. The tuning and everything else were off. There was so much problems with that, including, you put, that's another problem. You put RDS, you put HD, and when you tune HD signals on a medium wave band or FM, the radio would freeze. I mean, come on, guys, you didn't test it or what? How can you put up a radio that's so expensive and not test it? Because that's pretty much what you did. You did not test it. If it froze, it would have frozen in your labs. It would have frozen if you tried it. Did somebody see it freeze and say, yeah, it's all fine? Nobody will notice. Nobody will do that. Hey, you're selling it to a geeky crowd. That radio is for geeky people. You know, I think Shoyoung was a little shaken. I'm a direct guy. If you send me crap, like the Retevis A3, um, I will say it's crap and I will talk crap. Don't send me crap. If you want me to talk something good about a radio, don't send me crap. Send me the good one. Shoyoung, I think, didn't realize up to what point a channel like this, for example, like me, how knowledgeable I am on how your radio needs to operate. And plus, they had some knowledge problems. The engineer at Shoyoung did say at one point, we're not really sure what SSB does and how it should work because we have no examples to use. So this showed that, okay, you're an engineer, you understand the basic principle of what it should do, but you don't actually know what it does. So that definitely, it's something that, okay, you guys don't know what you're dealing with. And then you get to a channel like mine and you're like, well, this guy is kind of a little hard on us. Yeah, I understand that I'm hard, but I'm going to tell you one thing. I know what I'm talking about. So, we have Voice of Turkey in English. And very strong on 11785 right now.
Transmissions to South Asia and Australia will take place between 24:30 and 22:30 UTC on 31-meter bands on 9,600 kilohertz. Transmissions to Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan will be broadcast on the 31-meter bands on 9,660 kilohertz between 17:30 and 18:30 UTC hours. Our email address is englishdesk@rt.net.tr. Following the news, we'll also check in presents on future programs, as well as some music from Turkey. But first, we start with the news. Palestinian factions agreed to hand over Gaza governance to technocrats. The main Palestinian factions, including Hamas, have said that they have agreed that an independent committee of technocrats will take over the running of post-war Gaza. During a meeting in Cairo, according to a joint statement published on the Hamas website on Friday, the groups agreed to hand over the administration of Gaza to a temporary Palestinian collective composed of independent technocrats, which will manage the affairs of life and basic services in cooperation with their brothers and international institutions. Palestinian factions also called for a UN resolution.
Of course, we have interference from Brazil that's just under it here. Radio Nacional de Amazonia 11780 is very strong too.
By Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar to end Israel's war in Gaza. The factions also agreed on supporting the implementation of the ceasefire deal, ensuring the full...
So that was Voice of Turkey, 11785 is pretty good at 22 UTC. Sam says 6930 is in the noise floor, but I do hear the music. Tori, nice to have you here. James Binder, 10312 upper sideband coming in good on the H51X. What else do we have? We have... So, Kev Michael by Panasonic RF 3100 is from the late 70s, from to the early 80s. Still works on all bands. Cool. Ricky, I was just going to say pirates are not always 100% accurate for tuning. So getting the frequency just right for music can be an adventure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pirates are sometimes a little off frequency. So that is also making it even more difficult when you try to tune and try to, and when you're very close, like you hear that tune, it just sounds a little weird. It's like, I'm kind of there, but I'm not there really. And it sounds like, I don't know, someone that karaoke that's just a little off when he sings. Marvin Motts, nice to have you here from a refugee. Good morning from a refugee in the Japan Islands. He wants to start a pirate station. Please do. And advertise our frequencies and times we can listen to it. DJ Paul, nice to have you here from the northwest of England. Blogger okay, I got 6930 good. Cool. DJ Paul, I still got my Midland Porta Pack CB takes 10 AA batteries. Oh look, I got 4 realistic 40 channel talkies. No, not even 40 channel. Two are 3 channel and 2 are 40 channel talkies that all take 10 AA's. That's something. And Kaviva, I just discovered my Texan PL330 really works best on medium waves. Weird. Yeah, and don't forget the PL330 has in the hidden features the fact that you can switch between the outdoor antenna and the internal ferrite for medium wave and long wave. Yeah, Kev Michael, I do have a Yaesu in the kitchen. Blogger, it's like SH Data telling me they couldn't test weather alerts. Yeah. In a lab, you can do very low power testing of stuff. It's like, yeah. Kevin Michael, music in SSB mode is hard to get right. Yep. The Grundig Satellite 800 is still great. Mike B, 11785, strong in Southwest Colorado. Tosanov, you have to be within 1 hertz almost before it sounds normal. Oh yeah, you got to be extremely on frequency. Just a slight off and it already sounds weird. This is where often people don't understand. When I mention that a radio that has a precise frequency display has an advantage over a radio with a BFO for SSB because or a fine-tuning button. Because if your radio's very precise, and this is where I guess also, when we talk about the differences between like portables and higher end tabletops like this, the Kenwood R5000, that's the main difference. These radios are so accurate that if a transmission in single sideband is precise, all you have to do is put yourself in upper sideband or whatever and tune it, and that's it, and it works, and there's no fussing around. So this is where there are some advantages of things. Another example, my Yaesu, and this Kenwood has it also. I got an IF shift here. IF shift in sideband can be very useful. Because the Yaesu I have, the FTDX10, is even more fun because on this one is an old PLL analog radio. So when you use the IF shift in single sideband, for example, you hear the difference, but you don't see. There's no visual of what it's actually doing. On the Yaesu FTDX10, what's cool is that on the display, it shows you what you're actually doing and the offset, what it's actually doing. So an example was I was trying to get a station that was very close to another one calling CQ, and the IF shift made me go away from the interfering station while still keeping my radio tuned to what I was trying to contact. These are features where this is where a high-end radio wins. This is where a high-end receiver will give you that little something for that hard-to-get DX. It's with these little features that you will never see. These don't exist on any portable. But the thing is, people have the impression, and I don't know how many hams and how many people laugh at me when I say, I'm sorry, but there ain't that much difference in sensitivity between a portable and a tabletop like this one. Or a modern portable, a modern tabletop like, a modern ICOM transceiver. They start laughing, saying, well, no, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I know. In sensitivity, we've reached kind of a maximum. Even the portables are very close to these big guns. Where these big gun wins are not in sensitivity. They win in features you don't get on a portable. This is where a lot of people don't understand. It's like, yeah, you will receive the same freaking station on a lot. A Texan Pre-L330 will get, even, if it's well, as the same antenna and everything, it will get the same freaking signal that this one will get, even though it's way more expensive. But the ability to have it understanding and understandable and clear because of features this thing has, this is where it makes a difference. Yeah, you'll hear the signal. Maybe you will have a hard time on a Texan PL330, but you might use the features here that clears it enough to have it, in an understandable way on a higher end. So this is where we have a difference in high-end radios and tabletops and portables. We all want to have a good radio. We all, if with the money we could spend, with the money we have, which is not the same for everybody, we all want to have, what's the best radio I can get for $50? What's the best radio I can get for $100? What's the best radio I can get for $2,000? But the thing is, I often see people like, well, I wish I could own or I could get a high-end radio, but I don't have the money, and all I have is a Texan PL 330 or a Texan PL 990. Well, first of all, stop belittling yourself, because you have no idea how good these radios are and how impressive they can be against a big beast like my Kenwood R5000 here or my Yaesu FTDX10. We've reached that point where you have, it's not the 80s or the 70s. The 70s portables were good, okay. Tabletops were way more interesting and better, and they drifted less. There were real advantages in the 70s or 80s. The drifting, portables were drifting like nuts. High-end expensive radios were much more stable, and then came PLL on the high-end, which made them really stable. And then PLL came to the portables. Now they are all stable. Portable radios today don't drift. They don't drift. They're all super stable now. But, the difference will lie on the small little features, the gizmos that when you pay more, you get more. It is This is where you'll get those features like I just talked about, and that can make a difference. There, it's going to make a difference. So, Almay Sam strong in Ohio. James Binder, 11785 strong in the burbs of Chicago. Perry, 11785 strong in Sherbrooke. Blogger Die, 785. Turkey strong in the St. ATS 405 and telescopic. Lunaland Maggie, 11785, excellent. New York City. Brazil interference on 11780. Yep. That's why you can listen to 11785 when you got a precise radio, once again, and upper sideband. Then you'll move away from the interference from Amazonas on 11780. Different gear TV versus Turkey, great signal, but sound is a little bit low, a little on the bass side. Yeah, the bass, the voice of the announcer is very low. That guy, every time he talks, I'm like, it's going, whoa. But yeah, that is one of the problems of Voice of Turkey very often. The sound quality lacks a little bit. Gary 24 fan, nice to have you here. I'm afraid I've been more part-time here than regular. I hope you're all doing well. Nice to have you here, man. Different Gear TV, maybe someone could pirate the audio from this live stream. Oh, it happened a lot of times, Different Gear TV. A lot of times. Now it's been a long time since it's happened. It'd be a lot of fun to have some pirate do it again at some point. But I used to have several hours of my live shows just retransmitted on shortwave, and it happened several times too. Claudio and Menoyo, nice to have you here from Buenos Aires, Argentina. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Nice to have you here, Claudio. And he's a DX hobbyist, and he's got a Texan PL 680. Great little radio. The Brain, sadly, as far as shortwave listening as a hobby, the guy is 35 to 50 years too late. Shortwave stations are a shell of what they once were. He looks old enough to know that. Well, you look like someone that doesn't know what you're saying, because ask anyone here how amazing shortwave is still today, even though it's not what it was in the 70s or 80s. Thinking that just shows me that you have no idea what you're talking about. We just listened to number stations, spy number stations that we actually tuned. Here's Voice of Turkey. There's a lot of stuff on the air. There's a lot of utilities on the air. I can tell you one thing. If you knew what's out there, you wouldn't say that. Old radios, loving my Texan 2200, and that's my story. There you go. Simple but direct. Blogger, yes, that PL330 antenna switch feature is super. Long press the 3 with the radio on. Toast and Love, a radio engineer who doesn't know what SSB is strange. You know what because an engineer is not necessarily a radio engineer. An engineer is an engineer. An engineer will know how things work or should be built within the instructions given of what it does, not knowing in the real world what it should do. This is where the other side is. So an engineer could actually design a radio, but if you don't tell the engineer the constraints until which the signals can interfere and make that radio bad, and show him, he'll think that what he just designed is good until he puts it in real world use and be like, ooh, that's no good. It's complicated, and honestly, how many engineers will you find today that really know radio? I don't think there's that many. I'm going to tell you that. Brian Leisner PL330 medium wave with an outdoor mag loop is great. Lindaland Maggie, I managed to get 3 Spanish stations on medium wave using the Codis MDX286 the other day. Old radios PL680 served me well for 5 years, and did a confident upgrade to the larger radio. Blogger I still uses his PL660, which is great. Mike B, I use an AM200 plugged into my PL330 and it works great. Only need to rotate the antenna. Yep. Different gear TV. I find a BFO and a 680 you can tune in perfect just with the ear. Yeah, it's a question of being of getting used to it. I come from an era where that's the only way you were tuning SSB, with a BFO. So I got the hang of it. I've had a few comments I remember from some of those older radios like the 680 where people are like, I look at you tuning SSB, it's like it's super easy. The thing is that I've been doing it for so long, I actually am capable of hearing where I'm going, if I'm going the wrong direction or not. But that's a skill, and it's a skill you got to learn. So you've got to tune dozens and dozens of single sideband signals in order to get the hang of it so that it will actually work. And only tuning around and trying it all the time will get you, you'll become an expert. But once you get a hang of it, it's actually not that difficult to tune with the BFO of an analog PLL receiver, single sideband. Music, you know what? Also, the other thing about tuning music in SSB, it depends on the song. It depends on what you are listening to. It's much easier if it's a song you know. If it's a song you know, well, you know what it sounds like and what it should sound like. So you can very slowly, fine tune and get that, okay, this is what the sound is for this song. It should be okay. Fine tuning a song you have no idea. Then you gotta, figure out the voice, figure out an instrument maybe, or, I remember Wolverine radio. I was tuning on a radio that had just a BFO. And the only way that I fine-tuned it well enough was that I heard a saxophone and I just focused on the saxophone. What a saxophone needs to sound like when it's tuned correctly. But yeah, that's the fun of that, the SSB. All radios, I have a nice portable tabletop 2200X, happy with. David in Barcelona, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Made a few QSLs on the CQ worldwide context early on. We'll continue later. Bands are definitely crowded. Yep, I think I'm 115 contacts made since yesterday, David, here in with the contest. I will be continuing. I'll be checking the bands later tonight, but I will probably be continuing mostly tomorrow. You know what, David? Check for me on the tomorrow. If you have some time, try to find me on, check for me on 10 meters or 15 meters, starting at 14 UT. Elon says 11785 loud and clear. Let me go back. Okay. Kenneth, built-in filters on tabletop receivers can make the difference on low signal DX, but on regular signals, hard to tell the difference. Absolutely. Absolutely. When the great example that it was yesterday, when I was in the DX, the CW the CQ Worldwide DX contest. And I used that IF shift to be able to listen to a signal. And I added the IF shift. I added the digital signal processing. Both of them together made that signal clear enough to get contacts. Well, that's a thing that it would not have been possible on a portable. But you know what? But the portables today, once again, when you look at a PL330, look at the price of that thing. And in single sideband, it has multiple bandwidths. You know, that's the other thing. When I tell people, think about it carefully if you want to buy a desktop. Look at this. This is where I have my filters. This radio is fitted with a AM filter and a single sideband filter. It does not have the narrower single sideband, nor does it have the narrow CW. So out of the positions that are here, which are 4 positions, there are 2 of them that has a filter on them, 2 that are empty. Think about it. We had to pay $100. I remember they were $100 each. $100 filter that you had to put in here to have more filters for the other positions. Today you got a below $100 radio that has 6 filters because of the DSP chip. I mean, wow. You know, it's that, just that is better than this. Tosinov, radio sensitivity may be almost as good as photodetectors now. Modern optical sensors can see single photons. There's not really a weaker signal than 1 photon. Yep. Yeah, JRC radios. I remember watching, looking at Passport to World Band radio and seeing those JRC receivers and Kenwoods and the ICOMs and just drooling over all of that. Liminal radios 11785 coming in fantastic. Different your TV, I can pirate your stream on 11 meters. Yeah, why not? See if somebody else can hear it. That'd be a good idea. On 11 meters. Oh man, Kenwood stereos. My brother had a Kenwood amplifier with AM FM radio. For a long time I would play my records on that. Jean engineers also designed the patterns of broadcast transmission towers. Yep. But it's mostly mathematics, you know. It should behave in this way because of the numbers I have in front of me. But the thing is the problem is in the real world, yeah, you got more serious problems, you know. So, you know. Yeah, practice. Exactly. Marvin Moss, most radio engineers actually believe that radios do not involve transmission and reception of photons, and I cannot talk with them about my new digital transmission technique. Transmission technique. You know, over the years I've had a lot of people, and one of my... You remind me of one of the guys that he was a little off, a little awkward. He was a big guy, I remember, like 6'6". It's like a giant. And he took computer lessons from me because he wanted to learn to use a computer, because the guy worked in construction and he wasn't stupid. He had ideas of how to improve construction techniques. And he would talk to me about it, and even though I don't know much about construction techniques, the approach he had was it wasn't dumb. But he was telling me that, everybody was just like pushing him away, saying, nah, another one of those guys that thinks there's better ways to do stuff. Well, there are on most. And you know what? Sometimes the problem with engineers is that they're stuck on this is the knowledge, and this is, we know this is the way it works. And it's like, yeah, well, there are people out there that know stuff to a point where you might understand that they might help you in knowing more than what you think is the reality of your work. But it's tough to change the world we're in. It's a world where we're very, very static. Timothy Gunter, the CBs are everywhere, even on frequencies above 27025 and beyond that. The hams are on SSB above 28,000. Yep. Ardad, good evening. Take care. Stay safe. Kevin Michael, 6930 kilohertz pirates still there, but floating underneath the noise floor. And old radios, I'm always trying to learn some old school skills like film photography. That's the other thing that is very, very dangerous today. A lot of skills are being forgotten, and one day you'll have people that are supposed to, will need repair or will need change, and we'll have no one to fix whatever because that is lost. A great example to that is the Voyager spacecraft had a problem. Was it this year or last year? They couldn't understand why it was behaving the way it was. And the problem now is that who wrote the code, that's 50 years ago. And those people weren't around anymore. So they had to put people in that saying, well, we got to understand what it's trying to tell us. And, get all of these books out and try to learn again what is that spacecraft trying to tell us. But we've lost the people that had the knowledge to understand what it's trying to tell us. So there's a lot of stuff like that that's happening. Passband tuning. Yeah. Actually, I've had a lot of requests this week from people saying, seeing me with my Yaesu FTDX10 and saying, I would really love you to create a playlist and explain to us all sorts of features in the radio. I have no idea. And I understand because it's such a complex device. I mean, you have a computer in your hands that is a radio. And there's so many features. I can tell you, most amateur operators have no idea if their radio's set up right, if their radio's okay. There was I didn't tell him because I thought I was going to waste my time. There was a German ham today in the contest that sounded distorted, like if there was some RF going back to his shack. And I made the contact. Part of me was like, you should tell him. Part of me said, if you tell him, he's not going to do anything about it. He's going to think you're one of those annoying hams that, I don't know. Maybe I should have told him. I mean, obviously he was distorted slightly. Not by the big amount, but enough that you could hear it, Kevin Michael Air 57 Argentina is on 1160 kilohertz at night. Idaho Head has 11785 in North Idaho. David, cool, you've been definitely being able to amass a good log already. Yeah, but it's not as good as last year. Because you weren't here at the beginning. I started the contacts, and usually when I tune, so for example, say I'm on 20 meters, and I use the antenna tuner on 14200 on the Yaesu. I have a fair amount of up and down from that frequency that usually I'm still tuned. But yesterday, I noticed that if I was tuning on 14200, and then there was a ham station on 14220, I was totally detuned. I had to retune the radio again. And I was like, it's just 20 kilohertz up. It's not normal. I went outside and I noticed that the balun at the end of my end-fed, half-wave end-fed antenna, when I picked it up and squeezed, it's a plastic thing that's supposed to be sealed. I squeezed a little bit of the plastic and noticed water dripping out. And I was like, ooh, it's not water resistant anymore. Okay. So that's why it's behaving bizarre, is that the balun has water in it. Now today, this afternoon, I received a new one. I actually ordered one from Amazon that was well rated and was good up to 200 watts. So I switched it this afternoon, which now it's fixed. But that was one of the things that kept me from doing a lot of contacts. And last night it wasn't great. I don't think I have enough contacts compared to last year for the first 24 hours-ish. I don't think I have the same amount of contacts. I'll have to compare. But anyways, tomorrow, hopefully, I'll have a full day. Once again, for those that weren't here, tomorrow we're supposed to have a Zoom. It is canceled because my friend that I was taking care of at the hospital has passed away this week. I decided to take some time off for me, and at the same time to enjoy just a day of making contacts in the CQ Worldwide contest. Kind of taking some me time. I haven't been able to really kind of take care of myself for a while, and I just thought, well, you know what, this is the time to sit down and relax. So we'll come back with that next month. All right, last Sunday of November. Two, once again, I will remind everybody that on Friday, usually I shouldn't be here on October 31st, Friday, but they're announcing that it might be a day of rain. It's still early. You know the weather. They don't know what's going to happen in 2 days, so it's still far away. But if Friday night is a rainy night, I will go live tuning pirates here. All right? And if it's a beautiful night, I'll be going to the haunted dark alleys of Montreal where there's all sorts of monsters, which is a lot of fun. So it all depends on the weather for Friday. And anyways, we will be doing the Halloween show on Saturday. So don't worry about it. If I'm here on Friday, the Halloween show will be on Friday. But if I'm not, the Halloween show will be on Saturday. And if I do a show on Friday, it will also be on Saturday. Don't worry, 2 in a row will be there. By the way, before we continue, think about it. The super chat, if you want to donate, give a little something. It's always, always helpful. It's something that helps me tremendously. For example, today, bought a new, balun, a good high-quality balun. So I spent something like $100 on it. Well-made, metal, sealed, everything. Also, I've got a new loop antenna, the GA490, coming in on November 5th. So I'm spending on radio and having something to work on, and there's of course all sorts of things with this. So if you like what I do, I'm here all the time. Please think about a donation through the super chat. There's also the PayPal area where you can actually send me the pizza fund if you don't want me to starve to death, and cat treats, of course. This is through PayPal on the PayPal email here. And you can, of course, send a little something to make sure that I don't starve to death. And that cat, Paul the cat, has treats and can also enjoy a good time. So thanks for your donations, guys. It is much appreciated. All right, Paul Richardson bought a Amiga 500. Buy the if you have an Amiga 500, go buy the drive that works with a USB thumb drive. That's what I added to my Amiga 500. So I removed the floppy, put that drive in, and you can go online and get the images of games and software for Amiga and put them on a USB stick. And then you'll be able to actually have all of that. It's really a lot of fun. Paul Richardson still has his 2006 best canner ever. Yep, I got mine here. That's just looking at me. Brian Leesner, yep, $10. I'm going to pick up the 1 kilohertz XH data for the 1 kilohertz XH data for sure. Kenneth, 11785, 5 in Tucson, Arizona, but 63930. No joy. Ray Martinetti, love the passport to World Band Radio. Yep. Still remember when I was waiting for that passport for days, just being all excited when I would just open that package and see the passport to World Band Radio and spend hours. I would spend hours looking at the radio reviews, and then the schedules. Oh God, that was such a fun book to have. Passport to World Band Radio. Oh yeah, the white papers. The Radio Netherlands had a lot of receiver reviews with white papers. Yep. That was so good. Absolutely. Blogger Diger, the C919 uses flat top 18650 batteries. Are gone. Alright. Kenneth, when I hear this is always the way we have did it, makes me want to show them the middle finger. Yep. Absolutely. It's like, this is the way we do it. Alright. Fine. This is why I often wasn't loved totally in workspaces. Because I would go to some new job and then I would be like, we could do this that way, which would be much better. And of course you had all of these old people that worked there for years and like, what are you talking about? This is the way we do it. Shut up and do it like that. Like, a great example. When I was when I got into the job of working at a lighting fixture, that company did some high-powered lighting fixtures. We would work with lighting systems that work at 347 volts. Things that would be put outside in the streets and on buildings. You know how they would test them? Stick 2 wires in a hole. And I was like, you want to kill someone someday? And I remember I went and I told him, I said, no, we're going to put official testing plugs. So it's like, this is the way it works. This is going to be safe. And this is going to be okay. And some of the lighting fixtures with, like sodium lamps. It's like, no, you don't stand next to that thing when you plug it in. It has to be behind some, window or something. It has to be behind something that if something happens, you're not going to get some kind of part in your face because it exploded. And man, they resisted. Then I went to the big boss. I explained, and I said, you know what? You want to have somebody killed here, and this is not going to be nice for your company. And I started explaining what I would do and what I wanted to do. And the big boss had already started noticing me, because there was a lot of things that he noticed that I'd do different, and I would explain to him why I did it different. And he always thought it was logical and intelligent. So he came, like, you should have seen the face of all the guys. He came to the back of the where we worked, in the back store, and he looked at everybody. He said, from now on, he's your boss, and he's going to tell you how we do things and how we test things. And I had just like jumped over people that had, 10 years of experience there. And I was like, okay, you can imagine how you get aided for that. But I'm sorry, and a lot of them left because of that. But all the new people that were there were learning the correct way, the new way, and they were all happy. I was not a bad boss. I was just like, come on. KW61, Kenneth says the Voyagers were launched within 20 days before I lost my father, and they have already outlived him and traveled almost a light day. Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. When I see when we talk about the Voyagers, I remember my young to going to teenage years. I think I was 11 when I got my first library card, 10 or 11. I still remember the librarian calling my mom saying, "Do you know that your kid is here? And he wants a library card? I've got a few questions for you." And one of the books there that fascinated me was a book about the planets. And it was a book that was written like in 1979. So it already had the 1980-ish. It already had the pictures of Jupiter in it. So the book, already showing Jupiter taken by the Voyagers. And I was fascinated because then there were the other planets, but they were saying, the Voyager spacecraft is going to be there in 1981 or be there. And like, I remember reading about, the last encounter Uranus will be in 1986. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, wow, I just can't wait what we're going to discover and see. And, all that's gone now. It's like, wow, But I remember saying, oh, I want to see this. I want to do that. When we had the solar eclipse, the total solar eclipse here in Montreal last year, I mean, I knew we would have a total solar eclipse in 2024 since I was maybe a teenager. I remember looking at it and saying, oh, I hope, I'm still going to be alive. I hope. I just can't wait. This is going to be so cool. Of course, you get older, which is not it's not the fun part. You're getting older when that happens. But I remember last year when I met up with my friends to see the eclipse, I said, I was a teenager. And I remember saying, oh, that day is going to be so amazing. And here we are. We were watching the eclipse. And here where I lived, the eclipse was like, it lasted like 25, 30 seconds. We were really on the edge. But we took the REM, the train that goes to the South Shore. Because at the end of that train track, there was, where we were in a parking lot, the eclipse was almost a little more than 2 minutes long. So I thought, this is a once in a lifetime thing. I don't want to have no freaking 25 seconds of eclipse. I want to have 2 minutes. So I told my friends, I said, we're going to take the train. We're going to go down South Shore. I'm going to have 2 minutes of eclipse. But, This is crazy how life works. It's like, oh man. Oh man. Kenneth, I put RTV on my balun before I mount it for receive. Antenna still dry. Hey Matt, nice to have you here, MDK2. No problem. Yeah, it's not balling anymore. Kenneth wants to see me do the monster mash. Well, we'll see. You never know what could happen on Halloween night. Never know. I still don't have... I'd like to have a different costume this year. Something more interesting. So I don't know. I'm going to check out what could be cool. Might be. Maybe you weren't there when I talked about it. So instead of the MLA30, I will get a GA490, which is one of those antennas that's indoors, but I will get the outdoor version, which is like a little bit like the K180 WLA. It's a wideband 100 kilohertz to 180 megahertz antenna, loop antenna. So I'm going to get that, and I'm supposed to have it by November 5th. So I can't wait to have that, put it up, and see if it works well. Dustin Love, I don't think I never had any FM stations below 88.1. You know, if you guys try enough, there could be a Monster Mash donation. Then I'd be stuck doing it. No problem, David. It's fine. It's better off the way it is now. Sid, for anyone interested in Navtec's daily transmission on 12578 upper sideband from St. Petersburg at 0715 up to 11 UTC. That's interesting. Marvin Motz, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for discussing the problem of new technology. I plan to visit Chinese radio makers in February. Cool. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Kevin Michael, 11282, aircraft comms and single sideband from San Francisco. Tosinov, I'm not sure if that would be E-skip, depending on where you are. Yeah, it could be E-skip. I think where he is, it could also be just some tropo because of the ocean. So, you know. Craig Martinetti, do you think if a lot of people contacted former major shortwave broadcasters, they would start the English broadcasts again, start a petition? No, I don't think so. One, the world has changed. I think for former broadcasters that don't have their transmitter sites or anything anymore, you know, an example, there was an article that was written here in Canada about revival of Radio Canada International. So to restart this, it would cost $150 million. Government ain't going to spend that money. If you still have your transmitter sites, it's a lot less costly, especially if they're a good working order. But even then, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think they want to do that again. It's a very different world, and it's very complicated today. Explaining, you know. My WS50, I drove about 45 minutes from where I live to see the eclipse in 2024. It was an amazing experience. It is. It's. You know, when we say a life-changing experience, it's almost a life-changing experience. It's something I've never witnessed before. It was the most amazing thing. I remember, I mean, it was in April, so here it was still a little cool. But I remember the wind picking up and how cold it became when the moon actually totally eclipse the sun. And we were looking at each other. It's like, wow, it's so cold. And, like half an hour before, we were like in the warmth of the sun, and we were just okay with little jackets. It was crazy. I mean, but man, that was, and the medium wave. I mean, bring an AM radio with you in a solar eclipse. It was great. I mean, never will I witness that again. Hearing WCBS 880 New York on 880 at 3 p.m. in the afternoon while the sun is high up. That was such an experience. And even the video I posted online of my SDR just being there and seeing all the spikes, the peaks going up while the eclipse is starting, of all the stations from the US coming in, and then the spikes going back down because the eclipse is going away and propagation is going back to normal daytime propagation. How amazing is that? Fred Waterer says here in Niagara, I had the full 2-3 minutes totality. I took pics from my porch before, during, and after. Here was so funny because where I live, we had like 20 seconds, but I could actually walk about 20 minutes, and I was out of the maximum. If I walked 20 minutes, there was no maximum. There would be like, the sun would be eclipsed 99.9%. Which is so funny. It was so close. That line where it you're not in totality was just, 15 minutes walking distance up north from me. RJ Dakota, you'll have to review that new antenna if it's inexpensive enough. I mean, yet to have a proper outdoor antenna. I will. It's 60 Canadian, which would be, I don't know, in the 45 to 50, maybe 45 to 47, 48 dollar range in the US. 40 something. Craig Martinetti, no problem. It is a deliverance. I want to tell you one thing. His passing away was the best that could happen. To Rogue Tim, no eclipse here in Baltimore, Maryland, too far south. Nice to have you here, to Rogue Tim. Having fun with that SDR play SDR? Kevin Michael, VOA is still off all frequency bands? Yep, pretty much. Except for, they're off also because the frequencies of some of the broadcasts that came back are off now because of the shutdown in the United States. Like WX50, yeah, I noticed how cold it got too, Joe. It was warm before. Imagine if just the moon blocking the sun, how cold it became quickly. How if the sun would just shut off the sky suddenly, how quick all of the weather on Earth would just suddenly change. Ricky, nice to have you here, and thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the donation. Hope to see you next week. Blogger Die, looking forward to your results on the GA490. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Can't wait to get it. I was supposed to get it for Halloween, but that Amazon Web Service shutdown thing that created a problem with everybody, seems to have created a lot of problems. It seems that Amazon uses its own web services for its services. RJ Dakota, I still only kind of have an idea about dark shadows. I remember being outside during the solar eclipse, hearing stations from far east of me in the afternoon daylight. It was great. What was also fun, and I thought that was cool, our local rock station here, Shom FM. I had the radio with me also for that purpose. They had planned to play Dark Side of the Moon from Pink Floyd. And at the end, the last track, when you hear the talking, well, not the talking, when they're singing, one of the phrases is something about that talks about the sun being eclipsed by the moon. And so they put the album on so that totality would happen as they were saying the sun is eclipsed by the moon on the last track. And so that was kind of an experience in itself, listening to Dark Side of the Moon as the eclipse slowly wore on. I mean, it went way too fast, honestly. I would relive that again tomorrow morning. Bring me another eclipse tomorrow. I'll be there. That went way too fast. Floodwater just on the horizon, almost 360 degrees. There was sun. It was like giant cloud overhead and maybe a mothership. Yeah, it was crazy. I also noticed that. I was looking around. It was like, look at that. It's dark here, but it's blue sky around on the horizon. And I remember I saw Jupiter and Venus. It's also kind of cool. Perry, yeah, you guys on the that were in the south, the most southern point of Quebec, you guys had the longest eclipse of all. That was good, 3 minutes 26. Right, Lisa, I'm going to keep chirping about the WV601 antenna, passive mag loop. Fred Water, after the eclipse was over, all the birds woke up again and it was like, crap, that was a short night. JJ Ando, rather have heard Bark at the Moon. Ken Michael, yeah, Dark Side is a great album. Old radios, I played Obscured by Clouds instead. Oh man, I had that album a long time ago. Oh man. Basement Labs can't see the dark side of his moon. Well, in a mirror, we can all see the dark side of our moon. Well, with multiple mirrors, because we might miss, Johnny Z. Friendly, nice to have you here. There's no dark, no dark side of the moon. It's all dark. Yeah. I remember that. Kenneth says Tucson, Arizona only was about 94% eclipsed, but I received stations east of me, like KOA 850 Denver. Yeah, it had an impact. It had a wide impact on the medium wave band. It was kind of interesting. The last eclipse that was very that was big, let's call it like that. It was in the 90s. I was working in a factory, and like we were like 4 employees. It was a very small place, and I remember I had got that day to work, and I had with me. Because with the boss and the big boss, we were 6. So I had 6 eclipse shades. And I told everybody, I said, when the eclipse is at maximum, and I don't remember the year, like 1993, 4-ish. The sun was eclipsed 90, I think it was 94% here in Montreal. It was eclipsed quite a lot. And I remember the big boss saying to everyone, okay, the max of the eclipse is in 10 minutes. We can all stop working and look at the eclipse, and then we'll go back to work. And we got outside in the parking lot and looked at it. And I still remember that was so weird because all of the landscape looked like a weird color. It was kind of a very weird color. Yeah, I've listened to Obscured by Clouds. I was a big fan of Pink Floyd Law for a while. Well, still am today, but I had all of their albums back in on vinyl back in the '90s and in the late '80s, early '90s. And I remember I purchased Obscured by Clouds at the college shop. There was a shop in the college I was going to that would they had cassettes and vinyls, and I that's where I purchased Obscured by Clouds, which I had no idea, and I remember liking that album quite a lot, quite a lot. Take care, Kevin Michael. Always nice to have you here. Stay safe. Stay safe. It's always fun to have you here as usual. And anything as of pirate activity right now, let's check it out. So 77LJS 6930 upper sideband. And anything else? Not much happening right now. Let's see if let's go down. We're gonna go to I'm gonna go to upper sideband and see if any pirate activity. Nothing much happening. So it's head there. Pretty quiet. And I'm gonna check out what's on the bands. 31 meter band. Let's tune the 31 meter band and see what's out there. See if anything is interesting there. Barry says 6930 is strong here. Wow, I don't hear it at all. I'm gonna try it again. Upper sideband. Well, the key bounce. I'll try it again, but I don't hear much here. I'm gonna go back down, 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 down. Well, it's, yeah. I'm hearing something, but it's very weak here. Here, that frequency range has so much noise here. I can tell you that. Pretty crazy. WSR was very fortunate to have been able to observe the last two recent eclipses over the U.S. and even got some photos. It was a moving experience and met many friendly people who were also taking pictures. We were all in awe during totality. Such a unique thing to witness for sure. Yep. Yep. Brian Lisner, I guess 6930 kilohertz, Malahi DSP2. WSOI says hearing crickets starting to chirp. Yeah. Brian Lisner. Bert, Jean, going to dinner. Thanks for being here. And next Friday, for those that if it's raining, I'll be doing a live tune the Pirates Halloween show. And if it's not raining, then it'll be Saturday. We'll do the Halloween show on Saturday. And whatever happens, we'll be here on Saturday anyways. See you next week. Tubruk Tim, WV601 compared to the Emily 30 Plus. So that would be something to check out. WV601. Let me check that. How much is that sold here? WV 601. Youch. That antenna in Canada. That antenna in Canada. $331. Youch. I ain't getting that. I ain't getting that. It's a wideband antenna though, up to a 1 gigahertz. That is very interesting. And interesting. It was very interesting though. But at that price, forget it. To get it, that's way too expensive here. This is the problem here. In Canada, so many things are just so freaking expensive now. So Brian paid 160. Well, 100, like, imagine 160 US brings the antenna usually to about, so 160 will send it to about 215 Canadian. And if it comes from outside Canada, then you have the taxes, the shipping. So this is what happens. Kenneth, you need to get an 80-meter beam antenna. So Brian replaced his MLE30 with the WV601. It looks interesting though, honestly. It looks very, very interesting as an antenna. So I'm going to switch the camera to the radio, and I'm going to tune 31 meters. So here we go. 9265.
They don't turn the volume up.
WINB in Red Lion, Pennsylvania.
And get reverent, you get quiet, and you see this with Abraham in Genesis 17, verse 3.
Mm. 9330, world's last crap. And please don't complain that I'm calling it world's last crap. I'll continue.
That short message was from Preacher Brian.
WWCR on any 350.
When God looks upon his
9395. WRMI.
Well said.
On 405, something weak. Oh, this is interesting. There's only one station listed on 9405. It's very, very weak. Hong Kong, Far East Broadcasting Radio Liangyu 3. From the Philippines transmitter site. Well, I've never heard that before. Radio Liangyu. And that would be... That would be from the Philippines. And 445 would be... a lot of stations on 9445, but at this time, it's radio. It's not in English, so it's not WRMI. Seems to be more of his worse of Korea. Or China Radio International. That would be it. Nine 9455. That's the radio, shortwave radiogram going on 9455 WRMI. This seems to be China, either China Radio or 9470, 94. Yeah, this is not. No, yeah, China National Radio 1. Sorry. So this is China National Radio 1, direct from China, 9470. So that would be Vatican Radio in Vietnamese. And by the music, this sounds like Radio Voz Missionaria in Brazil. 9665. Lots of China radio. So that's China Radio International in Mandarin to Europe. We got 9930. That's WTWW with the moaning sessions of Brothers Terror. WRMI on 9955. It's interesting, it's not listed. There's something on 9985, but not listed. WWV in 10 megahertz. Let's put it ourselves in CW. Go to 9996. Yep. Time pips not very strong, but they're there. RWM is very weak, but it's there. So that was a tuning of 31 meter bond. That's here. And so this was there we go. Brian Leisner, okay. What else? Okay, Andy New. Matt, finally able to chat more regularly. I had to get some cheddar dill beer bread baking. I want to taste that. Send me one loaf. Andy New, 5,000 was a dream receiver for me back in the day. Yeah, somebody asked me earlier, what's the story behind when I got it. The story behind my Kenworth 5000 that was just shown here in the tuning is simple. We're in 1989. I got my first full-time job, and I don't have a lot to spend. I still live with my parents, so life is easy, in a sense, monetary at least. So, I'm just putting money in the bank, and there's a store downtown Montreal called Radio Lorenz. That's where I would go get my books, because Sheldon Harvey, that I didn't know who he was at the time, had a shortwave book. He bought a company called Piff Books that was in Laval, just north of Montreal. That's where I got, for a few years, my passport to World Band of Radio. They were called Piff Books, and it was a mail order book thing. And so they went out of business, and Sheldon Harvey actually bought their stock and decided, well, I'll do it. I'll take charge of all these books for radio. And he started distributing the radio books. And he would have a stand with books at the entrance of the radio store, Radio Lorenz. And so I would go there and pick up books on my paycheck day, because I was always looking for new books that would be interesting. There's no internet back then. How do you educate yourself about radio? Books, and more books. So they had the Kenworth 5000 on display, and I would drool all over it. I mean, back then I had the Realistic DX302, which was okay, but wasn't that great, honestly, when you compare it to today. And I would go there, look at the Kenworth 5000, and the price tag in 1989 was $1,300. And you knew that the AM filter in the radio was crappy. So you had to spend an extra $100 for the AM filter that was good. So that was $1,400. So I was like, wow, $1,400, So I'd go there, buy my books, look at the radio, drool over it, and then go home and say, one day I'll have one. And my brother knew about that radio because I talked about it so much. And one day he said, hey, there's someone in the newspaper not far from here that's selling one for $900. $900. So I called up the guy and I said, can I go and see your Kenworth 5000? And he said, yeah, fine. Can you come tonight? So I went there with my brother, and it was perfectly working. The radio was only 6 months old. The guy showed me the receipt from Radio Lorenz. He had purchased it 6 months earlier, and he said, I never used it. I thought it would be something fun, but I've never used it. I don't know where to start. I don't know what to do. So the radio was, in fact, brand new. So I bluffed that day. I bluffed like any buyer can bluff. I had $900 in my pocket, and I said, look, I got $800 on me. Would you sell it for $800? And he said, yeah, fine. So I got it for $800. Although I could have paid. But the worst part is when he gave me the box, because I thought, that 100 is going to go for the filter. When he gave me the box, the little filter, the good filter, was on top of the radio in a box. He said, "Oh, by the way, this is a filter. Apparently, it makes the radio better." And I was like, "Oh God, I got a filter with it." A part of me felt a little bad because I was like, "Oh, I should have offered him 900 now. It comes with a filter. Come on." I was saving $500, but hey, I got it. I saved $600, and I got back home. And funny thing about that night, I had an uncle that was a TV repair guy, and I got home, and he was the TV repair guy that was so amazed with electronics. So when I got home with the Kenwood R5000, first thing he did was, "Oh, this is such a very beautiful receiver." And I said, "Yeah, that's what I wanted." And I looked at him. I said, "Well, I got this filter that goes somewhere in it, and I don't know what to do. I'll have to examine where it goes." And he says, "Oh, let's do it together." So he said, "Go get screwdrivers and everything." We opened up the radio. He immediately knew. He said, "Look, here, this is the old filter." He removed it. It was like just pushed in the board with the pins. He removed it, took the new one, put it in, and said, "There you go. You got a new filter installed." And that's the story. That's where I got it, and that was my main radio until 2008-ish, when it gave out. Because one of the flaws of the receiver, and if I show you the display, two flaws come up with this receiver. One is key bounce. If you type, you press a number, you might have like several numbers go through. You see here, I just pressed once, but there's two. Sometimes it's like goes all the display. But this isn't as bad as some. Some people have the bounce really bad. But the worst is this display at some point just has dots on it. No frequency. And the reason is that inside on the PLL board, the phase lock loop, they put a kind of wax on it to prevent it from having interaction with humidity. Problem is, this radio gets hot, and with the humidity, it creates some kind of a acid crap that just destroys the circuit board on the PLL. And what does that do is that once the PLL starts having problem, it unlocks. It doesn't know what frequency anymore it can tune. So because it doesn't know what frequency we're tuned to, the display goes with dots, and the audio, no more audio. The radio just doesn't know where you're tuned. So this radio became a brick at one point because of that. This is when I purchased my ICOM ICR 8500 to replace it. It's working again, and the reason it's working again is because a friend of mine that repairs stuff and is good in electronics, we had a deal at one point. He saw it and said, "Oh, wow, that's a nice receiver." I said, "Well, it doesn't work. I'll do a deal with you. You take it and fix it, and you keep it. Keep it as long as you want. Keep it for years if you want. I have another radio anyway." And I said, "There's only one rule. If you don't want it anymore, it has to come back to me. You can't sell it. You can't give it away to somebody else. You give it back to me." And so he fixed it and all, and he came back to me at one point because he got a Kenwood TS. He's a ham operator. He's got a Kenwood TS 440, which is the transceiver side of the Kenwood R5000, basically. So this is what happened, and this is a story behind it. So now it's back in working order, and he's recapped the whole radio, and he even put a 12-volt plug in the back where I can just plug it on a power supply, because this radio comes real hot with the internal power supply. Jasmine, I figured it out. This hobby was basically Pokemon before Pokemon. People wanted to collect them all, stations, QSLs. Content of stations didn't and doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's there were DXers, which were the QSL guys and just wanting to hear all the stations and get QSLs from all of them. And there was the program listener. There are probably more DXers than program listeners. And yeah, unfortunately, I was a mix of both. I was actually interested in the programs, but I was also interested in getting the QSL card. So I was a mix of both. But some are just I don't care. I just want to have the QSL card from all the stations around the world. Absolutely. And some were content. The content you can hear. But yeah. Kenneth, I paid $400 US for my Pixel Pro 1B magnetic loop antenna plus 60 for the rotator 12 years ago, and it has worked well ever since. Need to replace the coax. The important thing is that it actually works, Yeah, same here, Matt. When I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's radiogram. So, yeah, that's the Kenwood R5000. The ICOM ACRD 500 is here on my right. Not working right now. This is the Kenwood R5000, Matt. So, yep, that Kenwood R5000. My good old Kenwood R5000 is back. What kind of speaker system does the radio use? Sounds like a good amount of power. Well, it's not bad. The Kenwood R5000 does have a decent speaker. The problem is much more the fact that it's on top, so it pushes the sound out. But it's not bad. But I always used an external speaker most of the time on this radio back in the day. But yeah, no, it's decent and decent power of audio too, Michael. Bob Batter says my CB antenna, Antron 99, seems to work decent for shortwave. CB antennas are not bad for shortwave, but once you get a real good shortwave antenna, you see that it's not as good. Basement Labs, I get 9996 loud and clear. No 9996 where he is in Colorado, Matt. Sweatcats, Argentina, Brazil, Costa Rica, Cuba, and Hawaii marked off my list to contact. Black and Eye, 9985, Sound of Hope. I don't know. It's not on the list on EIBI, and there's something. Yeah, still there. What the hell is that interference? Somebody's using some kind of device that's creating hell of interference right now. Hey, Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. WX50 says, I think I paid something like $500 for my Canon R1000 with modified selectivity filters. I don't know. I'm hearing it's still 9985. It's not very strong, but it's there. Matt says, dude, 500 was so much money in the days. It's still not a sum to take lightly now, but in the 80s, at a time you could still get a new car for $7,000 if you were thrifty. I mean, even in 89, early 90, when, you know, spending $800 on a radio, you know, how much is it today? Let's check that out. So $800 in 1989 worth now. So it's like if I had paid, oops, all right. So if it's like I had paid $2,000 today, $2,090. So, wow. You know, there's a lot of money. Roaring 2020s. Gilles Neveu, nice to have you here. Go Blue Jays. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Absolutely. Old radios, you got a good 20 years out of it. Yep, yeah, pretty much. You got almost 20 years. Now it's back in working order, so I got even more. But that was my main radio for a long, long time. This was my shortwave receiver. Matt says... you're going to spend $100 in a car stereo from Radio Shack. Extra speakers for the back, a tape deck, 6 radio memory channels, digital tuning, so cutting edge. Oh, God. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. JJ Ando, I'm trying to get cards from what few left that will send them. I do like the shows, though. It's important when you do write a station, even for a QSL card, to give them some feedback on what you hear and what programs you like. It's very important. Hey, Fred, getting to the World Series mode. Have fun. Brom from Wick, nice to have you here. Different Gear TV. Don't forget the clocks go forward tonight. They're not, and the clocks are going backwards, and they're going backwards in November. First weekend of November. Paul Stringer was a program listener and a QSL collector and a radio monitor for Radio Deutsche Welle. Yeah, 8 tracks. Yeah, I listened to Pink Floyd for the first ever time in my life on an 8-track cassette. My brother had Wish You Were Here album on 8 tracks. Sorry. Yeah, and Europe, you guys in Europe changed tonight. Us in North America, it's on November 2nd. Yep. Well, you know what, Jasmine? You haven't heard? Now it's not just one hour forward or behind. Now it's 3 hours each way. Every month. Black says, Sound of Hope listed 9985 on Shortwave Live. Well, I got something there that's not very... It's in the noise, but there's something there. Kenneth, could that be your Karen neighbor? I think she's working tonight. That's why there's no problems. Now, changing time is a problem, but I don't even understand why Europe and North America can't change time at the same time. You know, it's like, let's do it together. But yeah, in Europe it's tonight. Jasmine, give us in Washington. I'm in Washington State. Give us our bright mornings and dark afternoons. Roaring 2020s. When I got a good 9710 signal, local hams jumped right on it. Go USA hams. Well, 9710 should not have hams on it because it's a 31 meter band. So maybe you had images. Oh, good. Arthur Wolfram. Looks like New Zealand 97 is out of the air. Sent to see it go. It's not out of the air. New Zealand is always always broadcasting. The only thing that makes New Zealand not broadcast on the frequency is sometimes they have maintenance, but it should be on. And this time, I saw a lot of posts of people hearing it in the last week. Blogger died. A realistic DX300 I bought in June of 1980 for $259.95 would be $965.50 in today's money. I got the DX302, which is a little cousin, and it was at a flea market. My father had paid $100 for it because he knew I had the DX100, which had no frequency display, and I was whining. I mean, this is something we don't whine anymore today, but figure out that in the 70s or 80s, a lot of the radios were analog, and, you know, trying to find the stations you wanted to listen to was a hell of a problem. And boy, would I dream of, for 2 years, I dreamed of, God, I would like to have a frequency display so I can just go on the frequency and see if I hear whatever I see in those radio listings. Oh man, that was something. And I was like, yeah, someday, you know, I'll have a frequency display on my darn radio. Imagine today you get one on a $30 dongle that's an SDR. And you get one on a $40 radio. And back then, yep, radios with the display, frequency display, were very expensive. And so when I got the DX302, oh wow. Not only that, the the drifting was so much better too. It was like it would drift, but on the DX100 I would have to readjust every 30 seconds. On the DX302 I would readjust every 3 or 4 minutes. That was an improvement. Quartz controlled too, like a watch. Boy, and so that was a big moment. No more guessing. I just could tune the frequency and that's it. Oh God. WX50, I had to sack lots of groceries and fill shelves many days to afford my DX160 and then my Kenwood R1000. Yep. Kenneth, my first Sony 2010 paid almost $400.85. That was an expensive radio. Here in Canada, I remember seeing it in the store at Radio Lorenz, and it was like $600. I remember thinking, if you're going to spend $600 on a portable. Spend $1,300 on a Kenwood. Matt says the world used to do it to get her about 20 years ago. Yeah. Kenneth says the same reason 50 and 60 hertz electrical standards exist. Yeah. London 19657, thanks for the donation. Matt. Yeah. Just crazy, eh? Yeah, Kenneth, I know. $30 SI 4732 receiver. Just crazy. Roaring 2020 that's right. SSB bleed over is what should have said. Why does short 1-2 hour loop 9710? Mike WX50. I love tuning my analog dial DX160, but it was tricky getting the right frequency without digital. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Lyndon. Fiddling with knobs, always. Kenneth says, think of today's $100 PC back then. Yeah. Yep. It's crazy, eh? How we've gone forward and how inexpensive a lot of the stuff has been. Brian Leesner, the ATS 803 was my first digital display. I think it was sold as a DX440 at Radio Shack. Yep. Like by the way, I got an RTL SDR V4 working with SDR++ running on ARM tablet. Dongle barely gets warm and the tablet barely gets wrong. Battery lasts. Oh, that's good. That's an improvement because the V3, it's like, you're gonna set fire to something with that thing. Oh man, I gotta tell you that. Who made your SML icon on the screen? What? I don't get it. So, things have changed. Things really have changed. When you compare that to the good old days, I mean, wow. We've gone a long way. In terms of radio, in terms of price. That's what I say. When people tell me today, when I talk to them about a $100 radio, well, that's expensive. I'd like to have something less. I'm sorry, you don't know what expensive is. Because we had expensive radios in the 80s and the 70s. I gotta tell you that. $100 today is not expensive. Now, it is all relative for everybody. I know. We're not all at the same level. But think about it. Honestly, it's rather inexpensive when you look at what we had back then. Honestly. So, So Matt is sending us the view of what it looks like watching me this place. So which is pretty nice. I'm not seeing anything here. Let me just put that here to make sure I'm showing you guys the right thing. Here we go. That's pretty nice. SDR running on the top. Me on the bottom on the laptop. Pretty cool setup. And of course, there's this cat right here saying, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? SWL icon. What icon? I don't have a icon on the screen. Look at that, the lack of frequency display is why I don't like the Texan R9700DX. And the dial isn't accurate either. So, and that one's not cheap for what it is. Also, I'm trying to. Kid 61. Okay, VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you on board from Vermont. Taking a break from chasing DX on 10 and 15 meters. Yeah, I got about 115 contacts. You see a little colorful square with this. Oh, it might be. Okay, you guys remind me of something. I might have forgotten. A few months back, there was I was going through the setting, and I noticed that you could put a little watermark on your videos and your live shows. And now you guys are reminding me of what I totally forgot, which I think I just put SWL in a colored waterfall, which displays when I'm live, and I think it displays on my videos too. It's kind of to make sure that, you know, if people try to steal stuff, because I've gotten a lot of my videos stolen over the years. It's just to make sure. That people don't steal my content. So I think that yeah. Now you guys remember something I totally forgot. But I think it has to do with that. It is AI made. Yeah, I think it is AI made. This Skitology. Ray Oxford, nice to have you here. It is made by AI, definitely. But it's something that they asked me if I wanted to have some form of little watermark on the screen. So I think that's what you guys are seeing, honestly. So this is okay. Let's check it out here. Anything else on the pirate bands right now? Pirates in North America. Here we go. So once again, I will remind everybody. Oh, it's 69:35 a.m. on ID. Let's check it out. 69:35 a.m. Nope, nothing much here. Very noisy on that frequency on the end fed. That's why I can't wait to get my loop antenna. Have things a little more interesting in the lower frequency ranges. Ads in Spanish. Really? Weird. So Mike B is just sending us a picture of the sunset right here, and it's pretty beautiful. Look at that. Nice beautiful sunset right here. That's beautiful. Over a green field. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Actually, it's when I get too close to when I actually turn directly to the microphone. The volume level is pretty high on it because I have a certain distance off of it. So Yeah. It, well, Spanish ads, that's so weird. Okay. Spanish ads. There's so many new features with YouTube right now that it's like they're just throwing at us as like, okay, here's translations. It's like, yeah, but people are telling me it's piece of crap, so I'm turning it off. Oh, well, you shouldn't turn it off. Well, people are telling me it's bad, so I'm turning it off. They hate it, you know. So you know. Oh yeah, do rock Tim, and those days there's so much stuff on the bands. It was crazy. There were so many broadcasts. You had to choose what you want to listen to at a certain time. Jean Arash, yeah, check it out. Matt says waiting to see if maybe Wolverine will be on tonight. Usually he shows up at 0 UT. So, but it could be next week at Halloween. That also is says that also could be happening. Um, Skitology says he was getting 6930 earlier. And okay, Danny B. P1 PDS, nice to have you on board from St. Martin. He's on the flight from St. Martin to Amsterdam. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's something on 6935 that I saw. Yeah, it's supposed to be, if you have caption or if you have some translation of some sort, there is a way to turn it off. You should have it available in your settings. The problem is it's not always easy to find the freaking settings on YouTube. Kenneth says, I'm paying the YouTube Premium now, but before, if I said adios before the computer, my Spanish ads would pop up. Wow. Skillology, yeah, they're A/B testing new versions of YouTube auto dubbing. Yeah, look, it's just like Wolverine on 6960. Let's go check that out. Yeah, I'm hearing something. It's not as strong as usual, though. Wolverine is usually stronger than that, but I'm hearing something on 6960. Absolutely. Video radio. On my way to Massanutten, Virginia last week, I drove by shortwave radio station WMLK in Pennsylvania. I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, WMLK is the Assemblies of Yahweh station on 9275. They're also on, I think it's 15... What's their other frequency? There's one on the 17 meter band, 17530 or something. And they're on the 19 meter band sometimes too. There's a frequency. Yeah, they are the Assembly of Yahweh. They're kind of Amish-like community in Pennsylvania, and they that station was activated many years ago. It went off the air, and recently, in the last year-ish, they've actually put it back on the air on shortwave. One of the strongest frequencies here is 9275 in the daytime. The Assemblies of Yahweh. Blogadai Google as a language setting. I went there and it set it to English, and it said Spanish detected. And some other totally weird languages I detected then. It listens to your shortwave radio. The next ad is The next ads are going to be, I don't know, in Swahili or something. It hears your radio and says, "Oh, this guy speaks Swahili, speaks, French, English, Spanish, Portuguese, Mandarin Chinese." David Ward, 6960 coming in good. Blogger Dice, 6960 strong. PL330. So, yeah, kind of interesting. So, it's there. It's not as strong as I have it sometimes, but it's there. 6960 kilohertz for Wolverine radio. And of course, you got to listen to that slow scan TV. And remember that Wolverine has a theme. Wolverine radio will actually play songs that have a theme. You got to figure out that theme. And you usually know that theme because of the slow scan TV picture they send out. So, pretty cool. So, hey guys, I'm sorry for the hey guys, the dreaded hey guys. It's been out for 4 hours. I have to do the editing of the International Radio Report. Plus, I have to eat. I've not eaten anything in a while, and I just want to tell everybody: don't forget that tomorrow the Zoom is not gonna happen. Since my friend passed away, I'm going to take it easy tomorrow. I'm going to do the ham radio contest. Spend the day just a me day. Don't forget, Friday of next week, if it's raining, because right now it's raining on Friday according to the weather, I'll be home. And if I'm home, it's Halloween night. So we'll tune the bands and follow Pirates for Halloween. And if it's not raining, well, I'll be in the dark alleys of the haunted alleys of Montreal for the night. And of course, we'll be here on Saturday. Whatever happens, we'll be here on Saturday at 20 hours UTC. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks for being great, guys. Thanks so much, everyone. It's always a tremendous pleasure to have all of you here, and I can't ask for a better audience. Thanks to everyone that have donated. Don't forget that donations go towards the 2 memberships for the Canadian International DX Club, and a surprise box at Christmas, which I think is going to be a very big surprise box for a lot of people that would like to have it. We'll be, of course, talking about it in detail that night. What's in the surprise box? I think a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh wow, I want that box." So just give a little donation, any amount. Thanks, super chat, and of course PayPal if you like what I do. If you've been here all the time, why not think about it and say, yeah, you know what, I'm having so much fun here, it's worth it to give a little something. Take care, guys. Stay safe. See you next week, maybe Friday. If not, Saturday, Halloween show. Stay safe, everybody.